at 5:25 when vessel regains normal operation and begins accelerating at 30 to 35 knots.
Apple is taking a page out of the car dealership playbook with its new leasing strategy.
Apple Upgrade is a new program that lets customers lease certain devices for up to 3 years. The company says it will cover iPhones, iPads, Macs, and Apple Watches. Apple is partnering with Klarna on the program, saying lease deals on iPhones will start at $17.99 a month. It comes after Apple announced significant price increases on many of its products, citing an ongoing shortage in computer memory, driven by increased demand from the AI industry. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
On Wall Street this hour, stocks are mixed. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
The Connecticut Pizza and Brewfest by Connecticut Basement Systems is this Sunday, thanks to Power Station Events, our official event production partner.
The summer sale is happening now at Courtesy Carpet in Monroe. As your local family-owned flooring store, Courtesy Carpet is offering savings on select carpet, waterproof flooring, hardwood, laminate, and more from trusted brands like Shaw and Mohawk. Planning a summer home project? Stop in and let their friendly, knowledgeable team help you find the perfect floor for your home and budget. Financing available. Hurry, the summer sale ends Labor Day. Visit courtesycarpet.com. At Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
Stream WICC anywhere. Wherever you go, we go. Go to voiceofct.com and click on Listen Live. Brought to you by the Connecticut Lottery. Visit ctlottery.org.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Join the Voice of Connecticut and City of Bridgeport's Standard Oil and Propane Backpack Give Back, $9.99 Broad Street, Bridgeport, August 15th, 10 to 1. Thanks to Abriola Parkview Funeral Home.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A flood watch being in effect through tomorrow. We'll have a few scattered showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Humid in the mid-70s. Showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight. Some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. And more showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain. Humid in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A judge says Raoul Valley can be retried on new amended charges. The case comes from a stabbing outside a Shelton house party in 2022 that left James Jimmy McGrath dead. Valley's attorneys had filed a motion to dismiss the amended charges after a trial last summer ended in a partial verdict with an acquittal for the most serious charges. The attorneys argued that the amended charges would violate Valley's double jeopardy rights. And 4 of the major Democratic candidates for the state's first congressional district are set to debate on Wednesday. It will be hosted by the League of Women Voters of Greater Hartford at the Travelers Center for Arts and Culture in the Hartford Public Library from 6 to 7 p.m. Party-endorsed Luke Bronin will take the stage alongside Ruth Fortune, Jillian Gilchrist, and incumbent Representative John Larson. The debate sets the stage for the August 11th primary. It's free and open to the public and will air on YouTube, Facebook, and the West Hartford Community Interactive cable channels. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
Back to the download, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's time for the Medical Minute, WICC 695.9. the voice of Connecticut.
A U.S. study following more than 100,000 women for 2 decades found those who most closely followed a Mediterranean-style diet had a lower risk of several types of stroke. The diet emphasizes fruits, vegetables, and whole grains, fish, and healthy fats, while limiting red meat and heavily processed foods. The Neurology Open Access study found that women who followed this type of eating plan had an 18% lower risk of overall stroke, including both clot-related and bleeding-related strokes. This was true even after accounting for common risk factors like high blood pressure, diabetes, and cholesterol. This suggests a diet may play an independent and key role in brain health. This doesn't mean you should completely overhaul your diet overnight, though. Small changes like opting for more plant-based meals, choosing olive oil over butter, or swapping out red meat for fish may help support long-term brain health. With this Medical Minute, I'm Alex Stone.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
As we celebrate 250 years of freedom, freedom to govern ourselves, freedom to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, let me ask you a question. What does financial freedom look like today, and do you have it? Because it looks like insulation from inflation. It looks like a hedge against global instability and global divestment from the US dollar. It looks a lot like owning physical gold. It's Stephen Gardner for Monetary Gold, who have been helping Americans diversify with gold for the past 26 years. Did you know you can own physical gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account? Learn how with a free copy of Gold in Modern America from Monetary Gold. Claim it at StephenLovesGold.com. Find freedom with gold. Visit StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770 for a one-on-one consultation. Claim your free guide at StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770. Performance may vary. Consult your tax and financial professional.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The flag-draped casket of the late Senator Lindsey Graham lies in state in the Capitol Rotunda, a line of people waiting to pay their respects after the 71-year-old died suddenly. At a ceremony earlier, Republican leaders remembering their colleague and friend, Vice President J.D. Vance, credited Graham for helping him get elected to the Senate and says the South Carolina senator was interested in everyone's story.
Lindsey Graham loved people from all walks of life, I think in part because of the way that he grew up, because of the fact that he wasn't handed everything. He was fascinated in everybody.
This afternoon, lawmakers, family, and dignitaries, including Ukraine's president and Israel's prime minister, will attend funeral services at the National Cathedral. President Trump will deliver the eulogy. Ahead of Graham's funeral, a bipartisan group of senators announcing an agreement to move ahead on a highly anticipated Russia and Iran sanctions bill named in his honor.
The Senate is expected to move forward with a procedural vote on the bill tonight following Graham's funeral service. The package would impose primary and secondary sanctions on Russia and other countries that support Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The sanctions target Russian political officials and oligarchs, banks and financial institutions, and the Russian shadow fleet, according to lawmakers. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to be on Capitol Hill for the vote. Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
The Midwest cleaning up following volatile storms, flooding, and tornadoes. Wisconsin hit hardest. ABC's Alex Perez is in hard-hit Menasha.
In nearby Appleton,
oh my God!
Debris sent flying as a tornado moved through.
Debris in the air!
AccuWeather storm chasers are tracking the destruction on the highway.
There's massive debris flying in the road.
Cars mangled in sheet metal.
I hope they're okay.
The storm exploding transformers.
Oh,
Let's go. Down power lines, leaving more than 500,000 without power.
You're listening to ABC News.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have a few scattered showers and thunderstorms this afternoon, humid in the mid-70s. Showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. And more showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
There are a lot of ways I can introduce our next guest, Randy Kay, because she's a woman of many talents and many dimensions. She's an author. She is a broadcaster. She is an actress. She is an improviser and a comic who does one-woman shows. This woman is extraordinarily talented and versatile, but she's also extremely kind and very, very bright. And she wrote an essay. Randy, welcome back to the show, Randy Kay. Randy, you wrote an essay that stopped me in my tracks. I don't even remember where I read it. Did I read it published on Facebook or LinkedIn or someplace online about walking past your son, Ben, realizing what kind of state he was in and continuing to walk, homeless, abandoned, in the middle of your town. Welcome to the show, Randy.
Thank you so much. I'm in the quietest place I can find. I'm getting my car oil changed, so I'm sitting outside. If you hear some beeping and trains, it's the best I could do. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you fine. So we're going to talk about your son as Ben, and I have to do a little bit of full disclosure for our audience. I know some of the more intimate details of Ben's life because in my capacity as a probate judge in Westport, I preside over the conservatorship, of which you are a co-conservator, correct?
Right. That's correct.
I just want to disclose to my audience. But, of course, it's not for me to disclose anything about the case, only to ask you questions that you want to share with the public from your point of view. And we're always using a pseudonym, are we not?
Yes, we are. That is not his real name. When I wrote my book, Ben Behind His Voices, my son was not thrilled that I was writing a book. And when I explained it was from my perspective, it was really my story, he said, well, it's okay as long as you change my name. So if you go searching for Ben Kay, neither one of those is his name. So, but I did have his permission to write the book and include his poetry in the book. You know, I wrote the book about 14 years ago. There's been updates, and I have a blog. And where you probably saw this particular one, which was one of those instances where I just got up in the morning after a heavy heart all night, and I'm like, I have to write about this. Like I only write when I can't not write because I don't love writing. It just sort of pours out of me. So I did put it on LinkedIn. I feel like attention must be paid, and I'm aware that those who've never been in my shoes may have a reaction like, how could you walk past your own son? And it's painful. I'm not going to say it's not painful, but until you've been in those shoes, nobody can judge. Nobody can judge. And I try to take these instances in an attempt to maybe stir up some changes in the system so that people like my son in there. I can tell you this blog post on my website, randykay.com, has gotten more comments than any blog post I've ever written. And 99% of them are, I'm in the same boat, I'm in the same boat, I'm in the same boat, all over the country. So
that's what I recognized from it. See, that's when I read it, I thought to myself, how many hundreds, thousands now, I hate to say, of people in 13 years in similar shoes to you, families struggling, patients struggling with, this tenacious schizophrenia, which doesn't let go.
No.
And comes back when people are not treated with medicine, which is miraculous because the medicine works most of the time, even if it doesn't work 100% to get people well, it works most of the time to get them well enough.
Yeah, I mean, there is. I just had the privilege of addressing people at the Johns Hopkins Medical Institute in Baltimore, and they are passionate about finding cures and treatment for schizophrenia, and I was there to present the family point of view. And at that time, I said, and I still believe it, I have done, and I believe most of the families who have loved ones on the streets have done every single thing in their power to prevent, to save, to rescue, to help. But the system is difficult. And I will go to my grave with grief, but I will not go to my grave, I believe it will happen for several decades. I will not go to my grave with guilt because I have saved this person, my beautiful, wonderful son, so many times. And the best periods he's had, and you know this, as somebody with schizophrenia, is when I have personally made sure he took medication every day. With that, he was best man at his sister's wedding. He was at my wedding. He made a speech. He earned almost an associate's degree. He got full-time work. He rented a Lexus, had a life. And like you say, it's never 100% because this illness is not yet, the cures are very partial. But I had him back, and he had a life back during that decade of success for 65%. And I wrote about it, and I said, I'll take it. I'll take 65% because right now where he is without treatment, he's at 5% life. And it breaks my heart. And I also know that I'm going to be really candid here. It's very frightening when your child is hearing voices, is in psychosis, and as often happens, is now using pot to self-medicate and sometimes more powerful drugs. I do believe my son is now addicted to crack. So that is really, really hard because even without crack cocaine, marijuana interferes, and I've heard many of your guests say this, marijuana interferes with the effectiveness of the medication for schizophrenia. So he's symptomatic, and when he's symptomatic, he won't even call me mom. And I know from research that when there is violence, and my son, thank God, is a sweet, kind person, I have never known him to hurt anybody willingly, but I just don't know.
You don't know. And one of the things that was so chilling and honest is in your essay, We're Chatting with Randy Kay, you refer to Nick Reiner, who slaughtered his parents. You could do allegedly all you want because he's technically pled not guilty by reason of insanity, but he did the act. There's nobody else who did the act. And in their bed, and you talk about the statistics that people with schizophrenia are typically most likely to hurt their own loved ones, which is,
yes.
That's what I understand that. That's their closest circle of people. That's where their paranoia is. That's where their obsessions or fixation is. Those are the people most likely to be at hand for their voices, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and, to be quite specific, because I do have a podcast called Schizophrenia, Three Moms in the Trenches, and all three of our sons are at varying stages of recovery. And when we started the podcast, mine was doing the best. And right now mine is doing the worst. And so it's like a game of chutes and ladders. And we did do an episode right after the Reiner tragedy. And then we had a violence expert on, author. And he said, most often the victims are the mothers. Right. Because the mothers are the ones who have been by their side trying to help, which when my son is in his right mind, I'm just going to say it, he thanks me. He writes me letters thanking me for never giving up on him, for giving him support. He thanks me for everything. He writes poetry for Mother's Day thanking me for everything when his mind is balanced. When it is not, I don't know what the voices tell him about me. I don't know. And I believe that someone with schizophrenia obeys their voices. And so it is temporary insanity.
So, Randy Kay, tell us in this essay that you recently wrote and published, what happened most recently that prompted you to have a waking night and write this essay? What happened?
So I have found housing for my son more times than I can count. And the most recent housing where he did very, very well was a sober living home where
we're having wait, Randy, we're really having trouble hearing you. Have you walked? Have you moved at all?
I have not moved. I can try moving.
Because we're getting a little bit of that underwater bubble thing. Let's try. Keep going.
I have not moved. It's just that I'm outdoors. I don't know. I'm walking around. Tell me if it gets any better.
Stay there. Try and
No.
stay right there. Try and stay right there. Okay, go.
I'm right here.
All right,
How
try.
is this?
I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. Yeah. I'm so sorry. If not, we can reschedule, but I had to get my oil changed. It was the only morning I had free to do it. So I had found him housing with the help of some wonderful social workers, shout out. Found him housing in a sober home where he's now on an every 4-week injection. He was doing that and he was staying sober. And for 9 months, he was, again, back in our lives, visiting, buying birthday presents for his nieces and nephew. Then he decided he just couldn't live without marijuana. And he asked to be discharged. And he found himself his own housing, but he very quickly devolved into the drug world and stopped taking his medication, got kicked out of the room he was renting, and that's it. His was homeless a half an hour away from me. I could sort of put it on a shelf. Believe me, I'm in touch with everybody to sort of find out how he is, including his his co-conservator. But recently this week, he showed up in our town, and now I can't put it aside. Now I have to lock my doors because I don't know. He's in psychosis. He may be under the influence of crack cocaine, and I have no idea what he will do. So I have to protect everybody else that I love and my marriage and my family. And in the meantime, try to get him help. What I want is for him to be hospitalized.
I was going to say,
But
Randy
there's
Kay,
no-
so with this evidence and with the fact that he is obviously homeless and psychotic and drug addicted, explain to my audience why you can't make a telephone call to 911, mobile crisis, and have him picked up and appear at an ER and have him admitted into a psych ward. I want them to hear what you go through with this.
Because one of the most frustrating symptoms of schizophrenia is called anosognosia, which means they don't know they're sick. And so they can present very, very well for 4 or 5 minutes. The police officers that I have spoke to, and God bless them, they're wonderful. They're like, we can't involuntarily commit him unless he is a proven, they don't say proven, but that's what is implied. Oh, there's a horn. A harm to himself or others. So until he threatens somebody, or until he hurts himself, or until they find himself at the edge of a building wanting to jump off, they can't involuntarily admit him for a 72-hour hold.
Well, now, wait a minute. They can. Okay, so let's move back a little bit because this is really interesting to me. Let's talk about this. The police have their own instructions about the law and about picking up people. I can appreciate that. The admission criteria is not dangerousness to self or others. It includes grave disability. One could argue pretty convincingly that your son is gravely disabled right now. Couldn't we argue that?
Yes, absolutely.
So is it the issue? I'm just asking you to try and find this out. Is it the issue that on the streets the police are not permitted to pick people up for grave disability, that that's only something that a doctor can admit for, but that police cannot pick up for? Is that possible?
That is possible. I know when I applied for conservatorship for my son, and of course you know the process very well, that there are 2 external psychiatrists, and everybody has to agree, gravely disabled. But I don't know if the police, it varies state to state, and we have no assisted outpatient treatment here in Connecticut. I know there are resources, but if my son, I know that when he finally goes back on the meds that he doesn't think he needs, his mind clears up and suddenly it's like, oh my God, what was I doing? It's like waking up from a nightmare.
I know.
That's the way I imagine it. And so I'm going to try again today to call the police. I'll probably go to the police station. But what I've consistently been told is he's not sick enough yet for hospitalization.
Well, so I'm reading from the statute. And I know, Randy Kay, how smart you are. It's Connecticut General Statute 17A 503. Police officers in Connecticut can take a person into custody from the streets if they have reasonable cause to believe the person has a psychiatric disability, is gravely disabled or dangerous, and needs immediate care.
Okay.
And the impairment means a person cannot provide for basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, or safety, and cannot judge whether they need hospital care. It's called a PREE-form, P-R-E-E, and they can detail the reasons for the custody and take them to the hospital.
Okay,
and
I'm
then,
going to bring that information.
Okay, and then it's up to the hospital ER physician. You know, if Ben is, can talk a really good game, well, then he may be released. You know that. But if he is,
Yes.
if he is psychotic in that moment, if somebody takes the time to really probe and ask him, why are you living like this? What is your day like? Tell me, do you have any psychiatric diagnosis? What is your history? And if the puzzle pieces don't start to fit, somebody can admit him.
I hope so, because to tell you, this wasn't in the essay, but I recently got a call from a local hospital, and he had come there, and I thought, yay! But he had come there for foot pain, and they called me for permission to treat him. They gave him a Motrin or something, and then they had to escort him out because he was smoking cigarettes in the bathroom. Mm-hmm. And I said, no, while you have him there, he has schizophrenia. He needs a 72-hour hold. And they're like, oh, we didn't realize that. He presented so well.
Oh, boy.
And they went, God bless them, they went out in the street. They looked for him, and they didn't find him. So the problem is they can pull it together sometimes and present well for a few minutes. And, yeah, so it is... Yeah. I know that if I can just get a 72-hour hold, then I can apply for involuntary commitment and get him stable again on medication.
Right.
But right now, the thing is with schizophrenia, somebody with, quote, just addiction, and I'm not saying that's not a problem, they can hit bottom. Like everyone in the sober home that I spoke to said, I finally hit bottom for the 10th time or whatever, and I knew I had to stay sober. With schizophrenia, you can hit bottom and go, it's pretty nice down here. I'm fine.
Yeah. That's right. There's nothing wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with this.
Right,
Something's wrong with everybody else,
world.
telling them that there's something wrong with me, but there's nothing wrong with me. That's right.
Right. So,
and do you have any proof? Has anybody seen him, doing that thing where he talks to himself? I don't mean him in particular, but many patients, they talk out loud. They respond to internal stimuli. They laugh inappropriately. They are hearing voices, obviously.
He was seen staggering down the street and talking to nobody.
Uh-huh. Well, if you can get a video of that, maybe you can play that for an ER person, something, because, and this is the frustrating thing about this illness, the disconnect. It's so...
Yeah.
Oh, Randy, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. I mean,
really
there's always hope. I'm always thinking of what the next thing is I can do. Mm-hmm. But at that moment, when I passed this person who I barely recognized sitting cross-legged on a bench and smoking a cigarette, I knew there was no point to stopping. And also my husband was in the car with me, and he said, we're not putting ourselves in danger. He is not himself. And we had to drive past. What mother wants to feel that, Really?
It's such a heartbreak to know that even if you had run out there to try and save him and give him a hug, he probably wouldn't have recognized you as you and would have, pushed you away anyway.
He might have seen me as a threat. Even, right. The last text, I did manage to get a phone to him so that we can text. And, and I said, we love you and we miss you. And this child who would always be, I love you too, Mom, was like, I care for you too. It's almost like he wasn't allowed to say I love you to us. You never know. You never know what's going on in their heads. If anyone listening has ever been on morphine for a while for pain after a surgery and you couldn't put a sentence together, I imagine that's what it feels like in my son's head.
Yes,
He's not.
It's a word salad kind of a thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And I love this child with all my heart, and I will do anything that I think will work to save him. But every parent has to, I have other joys, and I have a marriage and another child and grandchildren to think about, and I have to put their safety first. I have to.
And yours, honey. And yours, because what happened with Nick Reiner, I honestly, I think about it several times a week. The tragedy of it, the tragedy of the loss of these two individuals, by the way.
And what they did to help their
what
son.
they did.
How many rehabs did they send him to? How much money did they have at their disposal, which most families don't have?
That's right.
He made a movie with his son, and you could see the hope in their eyes. We finally given him a purpose. We finally, that's what terrifies me. They let, anyway, this is a family that not only had all the money at their disposal, but
the love,
had all the love and the caring and all the family support. And that tragedy is terrifying.
Terrifying. So, Randy Kay, just so you know, for what it's worth, I support your decision to have done what you did. I would never judge or second guess you or any other family in that situation. And I hope and pray that we as a society will come to some kind of an understanding, because there is this balance between civil rights and, and wanting to help people. And my issue is that civil rights presume a certain kind of capacity. And so, for example, the fact that the HIPAA laws are enshrined for people that are admitted for psychosis is ridiculous to me. I will say that out loud.
Yes.
Because when you're psychotic, when you've lost touch with reality, you say to the person, can we call your parents? Can we speak to your doctor? And they say no. And they say no because, they're psychotic.
Right.
What good are we doing by protecting their so-called privacy when a doctor could know their medical history, what medicines they've been allergic to, who are their outpatient treatment coordinators, who's their best friend, who's their anything? I just think we're wrong-headed on this issue. That's my opinion. Wrong-headed.
I couldn't agree more. And I am one of a cadre of parents who have all that information in spreadsheets to be shared.
Yes.
Like we have all the information and believe me, I'm going to end this phone call and get my oil change and I'm going to go to the police station and try to help. Yes. I'm not giving up on my son, but I have to understand that I'm not going to endanger the rest of my family in order to save a sinking ship. But I never give up hope and I never give up trying. But in that moment, trying did not mean I was going to roll down that car window and subject myself to my son's psychosis.
Randy Kay, good luck to you. Good luck to Ben. And thank you very much for joining us today. Really. We'll
thank
keep
you very
at
much
this.
for all you do.
Pleasure.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have a few scattered showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Humid in the mid-70s. Showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight. Some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. And more showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain. Humid in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 28th. On this day in 1945, a U.S. Army bomber crashed into the 79th floor of New York's Empire State Building.
The plane crashed into the 78th and 79th stories at a speed of about 200 miles an hour. No one knew what had happened, but firemen were on the job, and in very quick time, they had the fires out.
In 1998, Bell Atlantic and GTE announced a deal that formed Verizon.
Get ready for something that will change the way you use your wireless phone into the next millennium. It's revolutionary.
In the year 2000, Kathy Lee Gifford made her final appearance on Live with Regis and Kathy Lee.
It's a lovely cake. Look at this.
Yeah.
Huh? 1985 to 2000. Thanks for the memories, and we really mean that.
July 28th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Washington, D.C. at National Cathedral. Funeral services beginning this hour for the late Senator Lindsey Graham. It follows a ceremony at the Capitol Rotunda and a tribute to the 71-year-old statesman from South Carolina. At National Cathedral, family, friends, and dignitaries gathering this hour. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in attendance, along with Ukraine's President Zelensky, to honor Graham for his support. ABC's Jay O'Brien is there.
Graham will be eulogized here at the National Cathedral by his close friend, President Donald Trump, who has said that the South Carolina Republican was like family to him. Graham died suddenly just about 2 weeks ago due to heart complications. He had just returned from a trip to Ukraine where he met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
President Trump earlier met with both world leaders. ABC's Karen Travers has more.
The president had separate meetings with Ukraine's President Zelensky and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, but did not bring in reporters for statements or for questions. We heard from Zelensky after the meeting. He posted a statement on social media. He said it was a good meeting. He said that he and the president talked about the plans for the United States to help Ukraine make their own Patriot air defense system.
Even though there's a pause in airstrikes between the U.S. and Iran, Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen claiming to have struck another Saudi ship today in the Red Sea, saying the vessel violated the maritime blockade imposed on the Saudi enemy. Dangerous wildfires triggering more evacuations in Spain and France, and now a major city is feeling the heat. ABC's Marcus Moore is along the fire line near Madrid.
This is really an unprecedented moment for people here in Spain. Officials saying the Avila fire, which has been burning west of Madrid, is the largest fire ever recorded here in the country. We're talking about more than 135,000 acres have burned at the start of this week.
You're listening to ABC News.
Drip Drop is a doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Cleanup continues across the Midwest following severe storms and a tornado outbreak. The National Weather Service says the tornado that blew through portions of Wisconsin has been upgraded to an EF3. The storms causing injuries and leaving a trail of destruction throughout Winnebago County. In the northeastern part of the state, thousands are also without power. At Winnebago County Executive Gordon Hintz says officials are still assessing the damage.
The depth of the tornado and its impact still is incredible, devastating, and we're really still in the assessment phase of things. At the same time, we know that people are going without, power, uncertainty about childcare, housing.
The same storms now moving into the Northeast and could bring flash flooding to cities and areas including Philadelphia and New York City. Cracker Barrel's CEO Julie Masino stepping down after trying to rebrand the restaurant chain to usher in a new and younger customer. More from ABC's Elizabeth Schulze.
She had promised to revamp the restaurant that was founded in 1969 for a younger generation of diners with new menus, minimal decor, and a fresh logo. Well, that new logo, unveiled last August, removed Uncle Herschel sitting in overalls, instead featured simple letters with no image. Turned out there was no appetite for it.
A replacement has already been announced. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 4-year-old is dead after falling out of a 10th floor window in Stamford. The incident happened on Sunday at a building on Prospect Street around 7:30 p.m. No foul play is suspected. Police believe the 4-year-old fell through a screen of an apartment window and was pronounced dead at the scene. The city's behavioral health unit is providing grief support to the family. A controversial AI-generated campaign video in a Bridgeport probate judge race is raising new concerns about the use of deep fakes in Connecticut elections. The ad, released by candidate Mark Bradley's campaign, appears to use artificial intelligence to create fake videos and voices of Mayor Joe Ganim and probate judge Paul Ganim, making it seem as though they made statements they never actually said. Political experts say the incident highlights how AI-generated content can influence voters even when people recognize it's fake. The controversy is also renewing calls for Connecticut lawmakers to revisit legislation that would require disclosure on AI-generated political ads after a similar proposal stalled during the last legislative session. And the Connecticut Sun are back in action following the WNBA All-Star break. They take on the Washington Mystics on the road today. The Sun started the season with a 2-15 record, but won 5 of their last 10 games to climb out of last place before the break. They take on the 8th place Mystics, who are 14-12. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, an accident involving a tractor trailer between exit 15 and 14 in the right lane. Parkway northbound road work from Black Rock Turnpike up to exit 28. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound road work from exit 50 down to 46. 91 north and southbound construction both sides between exit 9 and 7. On Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 18 down to 15 and exit 13B down to 11. Northbound, you have at exit 12B back to exit 14. Stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I'm setting up today's show, and I'm getting all my web pages in order and jotting down some notes, and I'm going to, all the social media posts I usually do, and I find this. And I guess there is a group out there somewhere. I've tried to message a couple of people connected with this group in Milford. And if you know anybody in this group, have them call me because I'm trying to get a hold of a couple of people here in D Flock, Milford. And I see this. It's a very nice put together display ad. And it is posted by a guy named Peter Gill. I do not know Peter. Maybe he's called this show before. I have no idea. No idea. Nada. And it says, the cameras keep going up, so must our voices. And I guess there's going to be a public comment section coming up this Monday, August 3rd, 7:30 p.m., City Hall in Milford. And I guess at the regular Board of Aldermen meeting this is, from what I can gather here. Come speak out and demand the removal. Really? You're demanding the removal of the speed cameras, the license plate cameras? Okay. Remove them, why? Why are we removing them? Can somebody explain that to me? Or why do all these people want these cameras removed? And again, I know what you're going to say. Oh, you're talking about the cameras again? Yeah, it's pretty damn important. Especially the license plate readers, where if you ask any law enforcement officer worth his or her salt, they can cite chapter and verse about how these things help, help solve crimes. All over the country, here in Connecticut too, and all over the country, they help solve crimes, which isn't that what the police are supposed to do? And the unconstitutional surveillance, it says here. Well, who says it's unconstitutional? We've never, best I can check, and Lord knows I can check, best I can check, I have not seen a federal court decision that says that speed cameras and license plate readers are in fact unconstitutional. No court has said that. So stop saying that, please. No court has said that. You think they're unconstitutional, and that's fine. Voicing your opinion is something neat and nifty in this country that you can do. Cameras are popping up across our city. Well, yeah, because the idea is to catch the bad guys and the bad gals and children that go off in the arms of some ne'er-do-well, be it a family member or whatever. And I continue to be flummoxed here. I really do. At the number of people who say, and they've told me, oh, by the way, I got called a bootlicker again. Can you anti-camera people, can you come up with something different than bootlicker that I could at least say on the air? I know there's a lot of different stuff you can come up with, but is there anything you can come up with that's remotely more creative than bootlicker? Hey, what if I like licking boots? What if that's an avocation of mine? Different strokes for different folks, right? And so on and so on, and Scooby-Dooby-Dooby. Ooh, sha-sha. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The cameras keep going up, so must our voices. Well, what about the voices that like the cameras? You know what I'm saying here? I mean, everybody is talking it now. Again, do you have to be careful with the data? Yes, I'm 100% for that. If we have some ne'er-do-wells among the police around the country that we see, sometimes that are going after former girlfriends, former boyfriends, former bosses, former federal officers, and if they're doing something bad with this data, well, hell yes. Arrest them, boot them off the force. But I don't get this national fascination with helping criminals. I don't. And I know what you're going to say. Well, it's not that, Paul. It's unconstitutional. We don't know that yet. And I'm saying that to all these people, including some of the people in D. Flock, Milford. I'd love to get a hold of them, but interestingly enough, when I try to message them on Facebook and on other apps, they're not available. I'm shocked. See, why do I think, and this has been alleged here, why do I think, and this is kind of a rhetorical question here, why do I think that these anti-camera people, a lot of them are very sincere? I'm not going to doubt that. They may be scared, even though they're on surveillance all day, almost every day you're out. I understand that. But why do I think that the gasoline, if you will, the fuel, if you will, the algorithmic juicing, if you will, is coming from overseas? Why do I think? I could be wrong here. Maybe it's just paranoia on my part. But why do I think that all this anti-camera stuff here is a product of Russia, China, Iran, North Korea? You may think I'm nuts. Maybe I am. I don't know. And maybe I'm overstating the amount of support that the people who want to get rid of the cameras actually have here. So again, if you want to show up and voice your opinion against the cameras, you can do that. Milford City Hall, coming up this Monday, the 3rd of August, 7:30. It says, show up, speak out, and take them down. What if people don't? Do the people that want the cameras up, do they not count? I mean, some of these anti-camera people are a little arrogant. You know, I told you, I've been talking with people online all around the country about this. I like to give them a little poke. One guy told me he'd rather his car never be found if it was stolen, if it had to be returned using a license plate reader. Are you nuts, buddy? Seriously. Did you hit your head when you were small? But am I the big government goon for wanting all this? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Question of the day. A local group is pushing the city of Milford to take down its automated license plate readers. Do you agree? Did you know this? D-Flock Milford. And again, if anybody associated with D-Flock Milford wants to call me, and we're not going to argue about this. I'd love to have a discussion here. And I'm not belittling your opinion here. But all these people suddenly that are constitutional experts here, and everybody thinking they're being surveilled, I think it's a little paranoid. I do. Well, Paul, you don't care if they surveil you? No, I don't, because I'm not a gangbanger. I'm not a car thief. I don't jack convenience stores. Nice. What can I tell you? What do you want me to say, huh? I lick boots. That's what you tell me.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
You work hard. That's why we make it easy to buy a new GMC truck at D'Addario Buick GMC. Like a new 2026 Sierra 2500 or 3500 HD. Take $8,000 off MSRP. Shop D'Addario Buick GMC in Shelton. The difference is D'Addario.
Stock number G6310, MSRP $92,565. Financing with approved credit must have a 2012 or newer trade. See dealer for details. Offer expires last day of the month.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Don't miss the Fairfield University School of Graduate Studies around the region every weekday with Melissa in the morning. Melissa brings you the biggest news from Connecticut and around the region.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, an accident involving a tractor-trailer between exit 15 and 14 in the right lane. Parkway northbound road work from Black Rock Turnpike up to exit 28. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound road work from exit 50 down to 46. 91 north and southbound construction both sides between exit 9 and 7. On Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 18 down to 15 and exit 13B down to 11. Northbound, you have it exit 12B, back to exit 14. Stay to the right to get through. The Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut's radio leader for 100 years. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, so again, coming up this coming Monday night, 7:30 at City Hall in Milford, I guess a lot of the anti-camera people, license plate reader camera and speed camera people are going to demand these things get taken down. Excuse me if I ask this, but, and again, I don't besmirch or belittle anybody who voices their constitutional right to do something. But, you know, I used to have a friend of mine that used to say, you know, asking is one thing, demanding is another. So who are these people, not just in Milford, but all around the country and all around the state? And who are these people demanding that the cameras come down? Now, it's one thing to say, well, let's make sure the data isn't misused. And I agree 150% of that. With that, I do. Make sure the data is not sold. Make sure it's guarded. Make sure it's got heavy encryption. Make sure the data is purged every few days or weeks. I'm all in favor of that 100%. But demanding that the cameras come down, why? You know, what's that old phrase? Who died and left you in charge? Now, you can say you'd like them to come down, but demanding they come down, why? What are you, crooks? What are you, jacking cars? What are you, hitting convenience stores on the post road? And, man, the criminals, they are cheering for you. Oh, man. Rich in Fairfield starts us off today. Rich, how are you? Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon. I think you're on the wrong side of this.
Okay.
The way I look at this is it's the spirit of the whole thing. This country is not built on ratting, snitching, spying. There's a real sensitivity in this country going on right now, given the times we live in, with Marxism, communism, who's spying on me. God forbid somebody's going to see his Gumad 13 days in a row, and a cop, they say, what's this car going by here?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I agree with you.
Allusion to that, but it's not the way this country was built, okay? It's just blanket scatter shooting. And for the constitutionalists, they're probably reaching out to the Fourth Amendment, and I used to have it cold, but I think the Fourth Amendment was while it's not, well, it is totally applicable. I think the Fourth Amendment was the right of people to be secure in their persons, their houses, their papers, papers, and unreasonable searches and seizures. Well, I can see where a lot of people think this is an unreasonable searching blanket everybody. Okay, I don't think anybody is on the side of the criminals here. And that's what I think you're missing the whole point on the spirit. You and I agree on a lot of stuff. But on this one here, I think you're off base. I think people are outraged that they can just be going about their business doing things, and they're going to appear somewhere, possibly, even though the intentions are good, wind up in some database or inquire about why were you here then or whatever.
Okay.
I'm not in favor of the cameras either.
All right,
and
so
I think I stated pretty reasonably why.
Yeah, no, Rich, and I appreciate that. But let me ask you something. And I've asked this online, and I either get called a bootlicker, a lapdog, or I get no response. Rich, what I don't know what vehicle you're. Let's say your vehicle's stolen, and let's say the Milford Police or the Fairfield Police or the Orange Police say, hey, Mr. Rich in Fairfield, I think we got your car. How'd you get the car? Well, we tracked it with the license plate on.
I've heard you say that on and off the last couple of times. I think it's a spurious argument on your part.
It is.
for me to come back and everybody say, well, I'd rather have it continue to be stolen. I think you need to take that out. I think that's being a little cute on your part to bring it around something that cut and dried. I'd prefer to stay with my blanket approach here about attitude, and that's not what this country is founded on. And I use the terms very quickly of ratting and spying and snitching, and that's what it speaks of. This is the land of the free, the home of the brave. There is some Fourth Amendment,
Well, we don't know that, Rich. With all due respect, Rich, and you've heard me say
been
this.
No court case that it hasn't been adjudicated.
Yeah.
But if you come down to the Fourth Amendment, that's the one word people are probably looking at.
Yeah, I agree.
That one word, the searching.
I agree. And Rich, I do have to go, and I respect what you say, and thank you, Rich. Appreciate it. I just don't agree. But I respect Rich's ability to make a very eloquent and a very well-defined statement here. I just don't agree. Now, if we come in here next Supreme Court session and the Supreme Court says, no, this is bad, we got on these cameras, then you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to put my hands up and I'm going to say, all right, Rich was right when he called me on Tuesday, July the 28th at about 2:23 p.m., and we chatted for 3 or 4 minutes. Rich is right. What do you think, folks? And are the people who see, to me, there's two different branches on this thing. There are the people who want assurances about what the data is, where it's kept, who has access to it, and then the people that demand the cameras come down. Who are they to demand anything? You live in a city with hundreds of not hundreds for Milford, but thousands of people. Supposing, let's just for argument's sake say Milford is split down the middle, 50-50, keeping the cameras, making sure the data is secure, and demanding that they come down. Who says who says the team demand gets its way?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound, an accident involving a tractor trailer between exit 15 and 14 in the right lane. Parkway northbound road work from Black Rock Turnpike up to exit 28. And on Wilbur Cross southbound road work from exit 50 down to 46. 91 north and southbound construction both sides between exit 9 and 7. On Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 18 down to 15 and exit 13B down to 11. Northbound you have at exit 12B back to exit 14. Stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
What if one classroom could change the future of an entire city? At Hall Neighborhood House in Bridgeport, that's exactly what's happening. The Alan Wallach STEM Learning Center is bringing hands-on science, technology, engineering, and math to 28 Bridgeport public schools, inspiring more than 14,000 students to discover new talents and become tomorrow's innovators. Because every child deserves the opportunity to dream and the tools to achieve it. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years.
Are you sick and tired of paying high prices for Continental tires? Then get to Town Fair Tire for the lowest price you'll find anywhere. Yes, the guaranteed lowest price on every Continental tire. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. Think about it. Why look anywhere else for Continental tires when Town Fair gives you the guaranteed lowest price plus free services for life? Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this. Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career. Wow, thanks. I'll check them out. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Faselli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
So apparently coming up this Monday night, 7:30 p.m., City Hall of Milford, a lot of people are going to gather and they're going to they're demanding the license plate readers come down. Really?
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. At the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. this hour, funeral services underway for the late Senator Lindsey Graham. The longtime GOP lawmaker from South Carolina died at the age of 71 earlier this month. President Trump delivering the eulogy, calling Graham a member of the family and also a critical part of the Republican Party.
For more than 30 years, nothing of consequence happened in this Capitol without Lindsey Graham knowing about it. Nothing of significance happened anywhere in the world without Lindsey Graham having a view on it.
Earlier at a ceremony at the Capitol Rotunda, Republican Senate Leader John Thune says he'll remember Graham for his friendship and humor. Consumer confidence slid this month with U.S. and Iran hostilities fueling concerns over gas prices and stubborn inflation. The war with Iran now entering its 6th month. And officials in Japan assessing the damage following a powerful 6.8 magnitude earthquake today. This is ABC.
WICC 600 and 95.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A judge says Raoul Valley can be retried on new amended charges. The case comes from a stabbing outside a Shelton house party in 2022 that left James Jimmy McGrath dead. Valley's attorneys had filed a motion to dismiss the amended charges after a trial last summer ended in a partial verdict with an acquittal for the most serious charges. The attorneys argued that the amended charges would violate Valley's double jeopardy rights. Nearly 1/3 of Connecticut homicides in 2025 were domestic violence related. That's according to new data released by the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services. Officials say the state's overall murder rate has declined, but the number of domestic violence-related homicides has remained stable. According to the findings, 71% of offenders are male and 67% of victims are female. There is confirmation of West Nile virus in East Haven. Mosquitoes trapped July 16th in the Kenneth Street area tested positive. The virus was first detected in Milford earlier this month. Health officials note warm weather, high humidity, and frequent rainfall have contributed to the spread. People are most vulnerable to West Nile virus in August and September, and everyone is advised to take common sense precautions to avoid mosquito bites. State leaders were on hand for the groundbreaking of the Willow Creek redevelopment project. Connecticut 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson, State House Speaker Matt Ritter, and others were all on hand alongside developers JHM Group and the Richmond Group. The latest phase of the project is expected to be completed in the fall of 2027. It will add 56 new affordable and mixed-income apartment homes to Willow Creek, targeting people who earn less than 80% of the area's median income. Larson told the media that projects like this benefit everyone and the local economy. 4 of the major Democratic candidates for the state's 1st congressional district are set to debate on Wednesday. It will be hosted by the League of Women Voters of Greater Hartford at the Travelers Center for Arts and Culture in the Hartford Public Library from 6 to 7 p.m. Party-endorsed Luke Bronin will take the stage alongside Ruth Fortune, Jillian Gilchrist, and incumbent Representative John Larson. The debate sets the stage for the August 11th primary. It's free and open to the public and will air on YouTube, Facebook, and the West Hartford Community Interactive cable channels. Governor Ned Lamont and the Connecticut Department of Transportation say progress is being made on the New Haven Metro North Line. It's one of the busiest stretches of commuter rail in the U.S., the first piece of a three-phase plan worth $1.6 billion to upgrade track from Stratford to Bridgeport is underway. The first phase will cost about $340 million and is being built by Yonkers Contracting Company. Funding is being poured in by the Federal Rail Administration, the state, and Amtrak. The rest of the project will cost around $1.3 billion and is expected to be complete by 2035. Bridgeport Public Schools is working to fill about 50 teacher vacancies before students return to class. The largest need is at the elementary school level with 13 vacancies. District officials say they're making progress through weekly open interviews, targeted recruiting, social media outreach, and partnerships with colleges and universities to build a pipeline of future educators. Bridgeport is also offering incentives for retired special education teachers to return to the classroom while continuing to receive their pensions. School leaders say the goal is to have a qualified teacher in every classroom by the first day of school and expect the number of openings to continue shrinking throughout the rest of the summer. And Connecticut is ranked 15th in the country for health care. The annual report from the financial website WalletHub.com evaluated states based on cost, access, and outcomes using 44 indicators. As for neighboring states, Rhode Island is ranked 4th, Massachusetts 6th, and New York 39th. The worst state for health care, according to the survey, is Alaska. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, an accident involving a tractor-trailer between exit 15 and 14 in the right lane. Parkway northbound road work from Black Rock Turnpike up to exit 28. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound road work from exit 50 down to 46. 91 north and southbound construction, both sides between exit 9 and 7. On Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 18 down to 15 and exit 13B down to 11. Northbound, you have it exit 12B, back to exit 14. Stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so maybe I have this wrong. Is that what you're saying? Like our buddy Rich did in Fairfield? No, we had a good call with Rich. But listen, he doesn't like it. A lot of people do. A lot of people don't. My only point, and by the way, hey, how are you? Our number 1 of 4 great hours today, I think. Coming up right here on Connecticut Today, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Look, with these license plate reader cameras and other cities and towns, other towns, I think Killingworth turned theirs off, and a couple of other ones are being pressured to do it here. Look, if every single one gets turned off, then so be it. My only point is on a couple of matters here. Let's wait and see on what the federal courts say about the constitutionality of this whole thing. That's the only thing I'm asking. You know, people, I see and hear so many people, even some people on this radio station, well, you know, or callers calling in. I'm not singling anybody out, but this assumption automatically that the whole system is unconstitutional. Well, who said that? Now, I know there are constitutional scholars who may argue that. I know there are people very passionately who may argue that. I know there are people who keep pulling out that quote from Benjamin Franklin, and it was grossly miscategorized there. on that quote. He wasn't talking about anything to do with this. It was taxation for the military and whatever, but that's neither here nor there. And I say this to the good people of D-Flock, Milford. Go on Monday night. Go to the regular meeting, I guess the Board of Aldermen meeting, Monday night in Milford. Make your voices heard, but do it respectfully. And even, I guess, Sarah Wood is saying that. And by the way, if anybody knows Sarah, have her call here. I tried to get a message, but she's not taking messages on the group's Facebook page. But having said that, can we just take a breath and wait here? And meanwhile, these cameras across the country are helping police solve crime. You cannot deny that. That cannot be denied. Well, that's what Flock is telling you. Well, yeah. And they cite the case. They cite where it happened. And even police officers and chiefs of police all over the country are saying, hey, you may not like these things, but we catch bad people. Now, is there a happy median to do this? Geez, I don't know. But please, to some of these people who demand that the cameras come down or rip these cameras down, actual violence that's happening here, vandalism, 3 cameras in Milford were taken down. How does that help safety? Oh, but, Ben Franklin, and you know what Ben Franklin said. Please spare me that. That's arrogance. Now, if you want to litigate this, and in the end you're right, and you want to wave that in my face, go right ahead. But are you actually cheering these 3 cameras that were vandalized in Milford last week? Or a few days ago? You think this is a good thing? And I'm online seeing all this saying, hey, they all have to come down. So you don't care if those 3 cameras could have spotted a kidnapping in progress, or you don't care if those 3 cameras could have found some stolen vehicles or found an Amber Alert person of interest or a Silver Alert. You all right with that? See, my point is it's like terrorists or people who have, and I'm not saying these people are terrorists, relax, take it easy. But what I am saying is when you resort to any sort of violence, be it vandalism, be it destruction of property, that's a coward's way out because there's no set legal opinion that says these things are violating any sort of act. They're just not. Now, when a judge or when a court says that, you know what I'll say? Good on you. I was wrong. Because when you vandalize something like this, you're automatically assuming you're on the right side of this. Maybe you're not. Did it ever occur to people that, the people who are anti this with all good intentions are vandalizing these cameras? Did it ever occur to them that, geez, I don't know, they might be wrong? But I'd love to hear what you think at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Am I the idiot here? Am I the jerk? Am I the loudmouth a-hole who should keep his mouth shut here? Paul, you don't even live in Milford. Yeah, that's true. I know. Great city. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Traffic and weather together right here. A little business, too, on WICC.
Is your home in need of exterior repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing. If you're dealing with roof leaks, sagging gutters, or windows and doors that just won't seal, ignoring them will only lead to more costly repairs. At Brown Roofing, we do it all. Roofing, gutters, siding, windows, and doors. Payments start as low as $99 a month. Call today, 475-445-1195, or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
As we celebrate 250 years of freedom, freedom to govern ourselves, freedom to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, let me ask you a question. What does financial freedom look like today, and do you have it? Because it looks like insulation from inflation. It looks like a hedge against global instability and global divestment from the US dollar. It looks a lot like owning physical gold. It's Stephen Gardner for Monetary Gold, who have been helping Americans diversify with gold for the past 26 years. Did you know you can own physical gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account? Learn how with a free copy of Gold in Modern America from Monetary Gold. Claim it at StephenLovesGold.com. Find freedom with gold. Visit StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770 for a one-on-one consultation. Claim your free guide at StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770. Performance may vary. Consult your tax and financial professional.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, an accident involving a tractor trailer between exit 15 and 14 in the right lane. Parkway northbound road work from Black Rock Turnpike up to exit 28. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound road work from exit 50 down to 46. 91 north and southbound construction both sides between exit 9 and 7. On Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 18 down to 15 and exit 13B down to 11. Northbound, you have it exit 12B back to exit 14. Stay to the right to get through. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Keeping you up to date on everything that matters. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, here, your friendly neighborhood bootlicker. Yes. Hey, whatever you're into, don't knock it till you try it. Yes, I've been called a bootlicker now 3 times in the past 2 weeks, only because I say, hey, are you really considering both sides on this license plate reader camera thing? Oh, yeah. Yes, I was told to swallow a 12 gauge, you bootlicker. All right. Oh, man, love it, love it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Kelly in Stratford's been hanging on. Kelly, good afternoon. How are you?
Hello. I'm fine, thank you.
Yep.
When I'm not being run over by cars because of the speeding.
Oh,
anyway,
yeah.
I'm talking to a lot of people in the neighborhood, a lot of walkers.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of walkers.
Yeah.
And the folks that live on the street want a camera.
Yeah. Now,
they want a camera.
Now, say that again, Kelly. The people who live on the street.
The folks that live on the street
Yeah.
want a camera.
Yeah.
Because the cars go so flaming fast.
Sure.
That and there's a lot of walkers. There's no sidewalks.
Yeah.
How do we slow them down? So the folks that live there want a camera on the street.
Mm-hmm. Is this you're saying just in general, or were these some streets you were being specific about?
There's a specific street, yes.
And that street would be
Melba Street.
Say it again, Kelly.
Melba Street.
Oh, Melba Street. All right. And this is in Stratford?
It's in Milford.
It's in Milford. Okay. Well, you know what? They reassess these things every so often. So have you voiced, or have those people, Kelly, voiced their opinions on this to the police, to the chief of police and the Board of Alders?
Well, right now we're in the middle of a petition, getting it signed by everybody so that we can present it.
Interesting. So you're actually taking it in your own hands. I like that, Kelly. Very nice.
Absolutely.
Very
you can
nice.
only jump over so many garbage pails and run up so many driveways to save your legs.
Yeah, yeah. Kelly, thank you. I appreciate that. So what did she say? Melba Street in Milford. There's a petition drive now going on. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that. Appreciate the heads up. A petition drive there telling the police, no, don't pull these things down. We want more there. See, this is what I was talking about. And we had a microcosm of it with Kelly right there. Look, the anti-camera people are very, very, in some ways, they're well organized, and I'm not saying they're not sincere in any way, shape, or form. I'm just wondering if there are maybe as many people, if not more, who are kind of the, to pull a trite political phrase, the great silent majority. I hear a lot on these programs from people who don't like this. What about if you're like Kelly and you like them? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And are you of kind of maybe my ilk? Your afternoon bootlicker? No, ilk? No, I'm kidding. Or maybe, hey, whatever turns you on. But seriously, are you like me and you don't really care? I mean, you care, but you don't care. Because as people have been texting me in here saying all day, my God, you go into a store, which is private property. That's a different thing. That's an anti-crime measure. But you go into stores. They have a sign there. You're being recorded, both audio-wise and video-wise. We're giving you a chance to, turn around and leave here if you feel, you don't like this. One of the Stop and Shops I go to in Wallingford, the one on Route 5, they have a big portable masked camera, in the parking lot. And a guy comes on and he goes, "Thank you for, it's an announcement on a loop that plays once every 10 or 15 seconds. Hey, you're being recorded here. Thank you for shopping at Stop and Shop. This is being done for your convenience and safety." Okay. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, if these cameras are ever said to be unconstitutional by a federal court or a U.S. Supreme Court, then I will completely change my thinking on this. I will. But the one thing I like to do is just take a breath and wait. But if any, and I think there have been a couple of cases here in Connecticut, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I did read a couple times, where there was unauthorized access to these images, these rear-end images of these cars with a license plate and telltale signs of what the cars were and where they were going. If that is being done in violation of department protocol, then those officers should be minimum suspended and disciplined and maybe even fired, which I guess has happened across the country. I guess it happened in Georgia in more than one department. And yeah, there are always going to be bad apples with this stuff. Abso-freaking-lutely. But does that allow certain groups to say they must be taken down? In other words, are we allowing the misbehavior, the miscreants, if you will, of a few people to then, in some way, shape, or form, jeopardize safety for others? I know you're saying, well, that's a specious argument, Paul. Well, is it? Is it? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, there was a previous Supreme Court ruling that said that you can't pick and choose or illegally search people's smartphone data. I think that's being called a geofence or a geographic fence type of interpretation of that. But see, that is particular to an individual. That's a search of where exactly that individual is going, what information may be on their phone and whatever. This with the license plate readers, the argument is given anyway, well, this is a little different. Is it? I don't know. You tell me. But again, and I'm not trying to be a jerk here, and you may think I'm a dummy by saying this. That's all right. You can say that. But if they want to take numerous images of where I'm driving during the day, whatever. I'm outside. There's a gazillion cameras anyway. Bill in Bridgeport's here. Bill, how are you, sir?
I'm okay. You go to Walmart, they have televisions hanging from the ceiling.
Yeah.
And you're on camera walking down the aisles and see yourself on TV all the time.
Yeah, and Bill, thank you for the call. The difference with that is, though, that is a private vendor. That is a private business. And they are giving you the warning that, hey, Bill in Bridgeport, you can turn around and walk out. The argument against the flock cameras and the speed cameras is this is a public thoroughfare. You're not leaving me, or the city or town, the municipality is not leaving me the right to make an easy alternate route. Dan in Stratford. Dan, good afternoon, Dan. How are you?
Hi, Paul. First-time caller. Love your show.
Thank you, Dan. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yep. I can see both sides of the speed cameras. I mean, it is a little bit hard to drive 25 miles an hour.
Yeah.
But I think what gets a lot of people is, they're getting all these fines and you're getting kind of nickel and dime. And yet, I see this constantly, especially where I live. I got 100 to 200 guys on motorcycles and mini bikes and everything else riding on the sidewalks. And,
I know.
And we're getting killed with, the $50 fine.
I know.
10 the speed limit.
Yeah, Dan, I get it. I understand it. And now we seem to be in the crux of the ATV season, if you notice that, on the sidewalks and on the takeovers, because it's in the news every weekend. Dan, I'm assuming you're not riding your ATV on the sidewalk. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not. But
yeah,
it's a direct path past my house.
Really?
And oh yeah, I live right on Ferry Boulevard.
Yeah.
So
do you sit out there and make sure the ne'er-do-wells don't step on your lawn? Are you doing that for me?
Yeah, we watch them.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it there. Yeah, I guess so. He's right in the middle of the big, right in the middle, Dan is, of the ATV parade.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, an accident involving a tractor trailer between exit 15 and 14 in the right lane. Parkway northbound road work from Black Rock Turnpike up to exit 28. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound road work from exit 50 down to 46. 91 north and southbound construction both sides between exit 9 and 7. On Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 18 down to 15 and exit 13B down to 11. Northbound, you have it exit 12B back to exit 14. Stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Talking speed cameras, a push in Milford to get rid of the license plate readers. George in Bridgeport. Hello, George. What's up?
Well, I got to say again, this is a taxation thing. It is a privacy issue because AI is going to take these plate numbers and it's going to run them in a million different ways we can see. It's going to create scenarios that are not going to be true. But it will be something law enforcement will come to rely on. It's a slippery slope. Once you start down this slope, there's no coming back. Also, the speed cameras in general are nothing but a moneymaker because what you can really look at is that you don't have accidents and fatalities or anything around schools in Fairfield or Milford. It's not happening. So you're finding that people are getting violations for going 35 and over, and yet nothing bad is happening. which tells you that it's safe to drive at those speeds. I think they should still keep the posted speed limits where they are so that people are aware. Mm-hmm. Some people will try and drive 25, some will go 30, some will go 35, but there is no danger. The only danger is to the public because everybody's getting shafted by this.
All right, George, I appreciate your comment. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. See, it's how we work it on this show. I get passionate, but whatever side you feel, I don't hesitate to put you right on the air. So there you go. And I kind of knew when the speed cameras were finally okayed, and I kind of knew that when these license plate readers started popping up 3 or 4 years ago, that eventually we would get to this. We shall continue. Let me know what you think right here. More coming up on WICC.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Friends, family, and fellow lawmakers are honoring the late Senator Lindsey Graham at his funeral service at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. The 71-year-old longtime senator from South Carolina was remembered for his humor and tenacity during his 30-year congressional career. President Trump, a one-time foe of the senator, says Graham became a close ally and friend.
He was the first person to make you laugh and one of the last people that you've really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history. Few like him.
Graham was a staunch supporter of Ukraine and Israel, both leaders attending the funeral today. President Trump met earlier with President Zelensky and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was the first meeting with Netanyahu since the start of the war with Iran 5 months ago. ABC's Karen Travers has details.
We do not have a readout from the White House about what took place in that meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister, but there's a potential for some tensions because the two have had a bit of a tense relationship in recent weeks as it relates to the war with Iran and, of course, Israel's recent strikes in Lebanon, which have complicated the situation as the U.S. has tried to reach a deal with Iran.
Wildfires continuing to ravage parts of Spain and France. A new round of evacuations ordered today. Cleanup underway after tornadoes tore through the Midwest. The National Weather Service says the tornado that blew through portions of Wisconsin has been upgraded to an EF3. ABC's Alex Perez is in hard-hit Menasha, Wisconsin.
The city of Menasha, Wisconsin, taking a direct hit, prompting the mayor to declare a local state of disaster.
I headed down to the basement, and when I come up, it's like a war zone here.
The view from above shows roofs ripped from homes and businesses destroyed.
The same string of storms targeting the Northeast today. You're listening to ABC News.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
eBay has agreed to a multi-million-dollar settlement. That after some eBay employees were found to have harassed and stalked a Massachusetts couple. 7 eBay employees had already pleaded guilty to criminal charges, with some serving prison time. No executives were charged.
eBay and some of the company's former executives have agreed to pay out $56 million to Ina and David Steiner. It comes almost 7 years after several eBay employees attempted to track the couple's movements, even sending them threatening packages like a funeral wreath and a box of spiders. It all goes back to critical things the Steiners had written about the company in their self-published newsletter, E-Commerce Bites. In a statement, eBay says the incident was wrong, reprehensible, and should never have happened. Mike Dubusky. ABC News.
Singer Ariana Grande is suing dozens of hackers for allegedly leaking her previously unreleased music and personal information for profit on the dark web. Here's ABC's Hannah Battah.
The lawsuit claims the unnamed suspects hacked into various personal digital accounts of photographers and producers who have worked closely with Grande, leading to the unlawful and egregious theft, dissemination, and exploitation of unreleased content. The lawsuit filed in Los Angeles names John Doe 1 and John Does 2 through 100 as defendants, accusing them of invasion of privacy and violating a California data theft law.
Grande says she wants the identity of hackers revealed and demanding a jury trial. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A controversial AI-generated campaign video in a Bridgeport probate judge race is raising new concerns about the use of deepfakes in Connecticut elections. The ad, released by candidate Mark Bradley's campaign, appears to use artificial intelligence to create fake videos and voices of Mayor Joe Ganim and probate judge Paul Ganim, making it seem as though they made statements they never actually said. Political experts say the incident highlights how AI-generated content can influence voters even when people recognize it's fake. The controversy is also renewing calls for Connecticut lawmakers to revisit legislation that would require disclosure on AI-generated political ads after a similar proposal stalled during the last legislative session. A judge says Raul Valley can be retried on new amended charges. The case comes from a stabbing outside a Shelton house party in 2022 that left James Jimmy McGrath dead. Valley's attorneys had filed a motion to dismiss the amended charges after a trial last summer ended in a partial verdict with an acquittal for the most serious charges. The attorneys argued that the amended charges would violate Valley's double jeopardy rights. And Bridgeport Public Schools are working to fill about 50 teacher vacancies before students return to class. The largest need is at the elementary school level with 13 vacancies. District officials say they're making progress through weekly open interviews, targeted recruiting, social media outreach, and partnerships with colleges and universities to build a pipeline of future educators. Bridgeport is also offering incentives for retired special education teachers to return to the classroom while continuing to receive their pensions. School leaders say the goal is to have a qualified teacher in every classroom by the first day of school and expect the number of openings to continue shrinking throughout the rest of the summer. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield, definitely some breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound, slow ride starts at about exit 21. And in New Haven, 95 south, busy but moving through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic reports powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So there is this group out there. Well, there are groups all over the state and all over the country here that don't like these license plate reader cameras. There's a very active group in Milford called DFlock Milford. It's on Facebook. I would assume they're on the other social media platforms. And they have a very nicely rendered poster here on Facebook. It went up, when did it go up? It went up 2 days ago. So it went up Sunday at about 11 p.m. Says, quote, "The cameras keep going up, so must our voices." Milford public comment this coming August 3rd, which I guess is Monday, 7:30 in City Hall. Come out and demand the removal of the unconstitutional surveillance cameras that are popping up all across the city. Well, okay, they can demand that. I get it. But please, and hi, how are you? It's hour number 2. We don't know these are unconstitutional. We just don't. You may think they are. You may think they're not. We just don't know. So I think it best to stow the unconstitutional argument, and you can just say you don't like the surveillance state. That's all. You don't have to preface it with a legal condition of judgment on it that, frankly, has not happened yet. It may. You might, Rabbit. You might. It may or it may not. But my point here, and again, I'm looking for somebody from DFlock Milford to give me a call. I tried to contact. I can't find a listing for this gentleman here. If you know him, Peter Gill or Sarah Wood, I guess there are two of the people behind this. Love to chat with them sometime before we do the show again on the morning after on Monday regarding all this. But having said that, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But your feelings on this? And are the are say the anti-camera people just louder and better organized than a lot of the people out there who may say, "Hey, I'm good with this. I'm good with this." Are you one of those people or in a group of people where you say, I'm all right with this? It doesn't really bother me here. Because, man, this is fascinating. And I'm getting a varied amount of texts on this, too. Paul, this is from one texter here. Hey, Paul, I absolutely agree with you. Cameras are harmless if you're not doing anything wrong. The argument that cameras are not what this country was founded on is wrong. This country was not founded on people stealing, speeding, or another wrongdoing. Even the Second Amendment was not founded on anything other than single-shot weapons. It's now a different world. All right. I guess you could argue that. More texts here. Hey, Paul, the moment you step out of your house, you have Ring cameras and cameras outside of most businesses. By the time you go around the block, you've already on 20 cameras. Nobody can have the expectation of privacy in public, period. The speed cameras are nothing but a tax generator for the city. You know, I got to tell you something. I did a little driving. I was up in the Hartford area earlier today before I came down to doing the show right now. I had to attend to some personal stuff up there. And I got to tell you, two things I noticed. One in the greater Milford area and one in greater Hartford area. It was running up, 91? And there was, or was it on 92 or Route 9? Because I had to go to New Britain for something. So I noticed, boy, are people slowing down for work zones now, especially with, now I don't think there was a work zone camera where I was. There might have been, but boy, oh boy, I'm like, oh, did I run into an accident there? And I'm sitting there comfortably in my driver's cockpit saying to myself, well, look at this. People are actually slowing down. Sona Magonia, maybe it's the fear of the cameras. Maybe. And again, there's one camera about 1.25 miles from us here at Connoisseur, heading into Route 1 at the end of Wheeler's Farms Road there, Wheeler's Farms Road at the end. Well, I got to tell you, coming down that hill right past the firehouse, right near the car dealerships, let me tell you something. People are getting the message. They are slowing the you-know-what down. which is good. So maybe these things, hey, the cops are saying the cops are saying that the numbers of even warnings they're sending out in some warning areas are starting to drop, and the number of honest-to-goodness tickets are starting to drop. So just maybe, if you aim for people's pocketbooks or their wallets or their money belts, do people still wear money belts? If you do that, maybe it works.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
The summer sale is happening now at Courtesy Carpet in Monroe. As your local family-owned flooring store, Courtesy Carpet is offering savings on select carpet, waterproof flooring, hardwood, laminate, and more from trusted brands like Shaw and Mohawk. Planning a summer home project? Stop in and let their friendly, knowledgeable team help you find the perfect floor for your home and budget. Financing available. Hurry, the summer sale ends Labor Day. Visit courtesycarpet.com. At Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
Let's be real. With Trump in the White House, times have been tough. But in Connecticut, thankfully, we've had a governor who put his foot down and protected us from the chaos. When Donald Trump cut health coverage, Lamont capped insulin costs, canceled medical debt for working people, and restored the health care funding our families depend on. Now he's working towards universal health care. While ICE creates chaos nationwide, Governor Lamont's passed laws banning ICE from our schools and places of worship.
ICE, go home. We're keeping Connecticut safe without you.
And as Trump cut taxes for billionaires, Governor Lamont's cutting taxes for the middle class, with new plans to make sure big corporations paid their fair share.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
With Trump in the White House, we need a governor with the experience and the backbone to fight back. That's Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, candidate for governor, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Ned for CT. Approved by Ned Lamont.
The Connecticut Pizza and Brewfest by Connecticut Basement Systems is this Sunday. Live music from the Mohegan Sun Online Casino. Tickets on sale at ctpizzaandbrewfest.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield, definitely some breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound, Slowride starts at about exit 21. And in New Haven, 95 south, busy but moving through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Greenwich's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
All right, so if you're in the city of Milford, mark this down. It's coming up, when's August 3rd? Monday? Yeah, I won't be here Monday, by the way. Guess where I'm going August 3rd? Jury duty if they need me. Now, Chris is looking at, I didn't tell you? I'm sorry, I didn't tell you I had jury duty Monday? I'm sorry. He spun around in his chair like, what? Now, I don't know if I have to go. You know, you got to call the number beforehand. So we'll see what happens. So if the judges put me on like a year-long murder trial or something like that, we'll see in 2027. No, I don't know. So I will not be here on Monday. Now, listen. Now, I have never been seated on a jury. This will be if I have to go, I think this is my fourth time. It's definitely my third time. Because there were two previous times that I got out of. Not that I don't want to become part of the legal system. It's not that. It's not that. It's just that, it's when you're still working and the company, listen, you get paid for the jury days. I get it. I understand it. But I'm not actually now, could I serve on a jury and think that I do it fairly? Of course I could. I can put everything aside. I can put every predisposition I have to, the criminal justice system, fry him. No, seriously, I'm not going to do that. But I can put everything aside. But listen, I have things to do. So get everybody else who's already retired or who's just home from summer as a student. I'm sorry. So we'll say, I will, as you are my friends and everything, I will keep you updated with this. All right. But coming up on Monday night, I guess this is August 3rd, 7:30, says here at Milford City Hall, the cameras keep going up, so must our voices. Public comment, I guess, coming up Monday at 7:30 p.m. The group is called Deflock Milford. Come speak out and demand the removal of the unconstitutional surveillance cameras popping up all across our city. All right. And listen, I applaud these people for doing this. I really do. Even though I may have a fundamental disagreement with them, they're getting involved. They're not sitting around in mom's basement wearing tinfoil, eating Kraft macaroni and cheese, although Kraft mac and cheese is still the classic. But they're not just sitting there going, well, hey, what are we doing here? How did we get these cameras? And by the way, if you want to chime in on any of this, whether you think I'm right with the cameras, whether you think I'm just a fat blowhard, although I did lose another 7 pounds. Yeah. Doctor was happy with that. But how can and don't you hear or see this amongst your friends and family members and people hey, where did these cameras come from? Who told them they could put up these cameras? Well, have you been alive the last 2 years? Have you noticed this? I got to tell people that all the time. How dare the cops put up these speed cameras? But no, it didn't work that way, Toots. It didn't work. Well, how did it work? Well, there were 2 or 3 separate votes in every city or town. The police had to use a numerical basis of speeding or accidents or deaths at certain intersections before they could do this. And then the whole kit and caboodle, one of my favorite phrases that you don't use a hell of a lot. The whole kit and caboodle had to be okayed essentially by the state DOT. And by the way, did you know that these okays for if your city or town has speed cameras and red light cameras, only 3 years? Only 3 years. So this is not a lifetime thing, and there were no preferred contractors either. So none of this is in perpetuity, as they say in the legal business. None of this is till death do us part. This is for a 3-year maximum. So listen, if you want to go out and make your voice heard saying, I want these license plate readers and these speed cameras OUT out of the great, beautiful city of Milford, one of America's great cities for living and or retiring. That's what all the real estate sites say. It's Monday, 7:30 p.m. at City Hall. Now, if you're going, be civil. Don't scream. Don't yell. Don't say this is this is another thing. This is another thing here. Oh, we're turning out like China. No, we're not like China. Dear God, stop this. And I'm seeing the F word. No, not that F word. Get your mind out of the gutter. Fascist. I'm seeing that again. That's a big one now. Fascist. We're seeing that again. Communist. We're seeing all that stuff. Marxist. All that. No. It's just to make people either not commit crimes or maybe find the brake pedal. Right? Which is the left of the two pedals, or the center of the third pedal. How long you're going to have a clutch ain't too long. I'm reading a story the other day. The manual transmission buggies are going to be few and far between in a few years. So maybe if we're still talking about this 5 or 6 years down the road, God willing, I'll be saying, no, it's the clutch on the left. It's the pedal on the left, not the one in the middle. How's about that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Coming up a lot more today. We'll be talking with an ABC News correspondent from the Middle East. And also coming up 5 o'clock hour, if it's a Tuesday, you know it's Megan Portfolio. She of the Yankee Institute for Public Policy. See what's brewing there. And when we come back from traffic and weather together, and news, of course, bottom of the hour. The controversy that's been brewing now over special education. And is it time for the government in Hartford, for the state bureaucrats, to fund all of special ed? But here's the question. Where do you get the money?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts at about exit 21. And in New Haven, 95 south, busy but moving through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Is your home in need of exterior repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing. If you're dealing with roof leaks, sagging gutters, or windows and doors that just won't seal, ignoring them will only lead to more costly repairs. At Brown Roofing, we do it all. Roofing, gutters, siding, windows, and doors. Payments start as low as $99 a month. Call today, 475-445-1195, or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Are you worried about inflation, market volatility, taxes, and what the Fed might do next? You know, navigating today's financial landscape can be overwhelming and stressful, but the good news is you don't have to go at it alone. Tune in to Mastering Your Wealth with David Gagnon for insights and strategies to help you protect and grow your wealth. You can join David every Saturday morning at 8 right here on WICC 600. You can also visit David online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe and let the savings begin.
Speak your mind, because Paul certainly speaks his. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, sir, Mr. Big Voice. A couple things coming up. I actually did a Two for Tuesday here, because we got all music stations here. WIBC, Weeby 108, Star 99.9, 99.1 PLR, and I'm saying, hey, we got to do a Two for Tuesday here, like our music brethren and sisterin. So, two questions of the day. One, we already talked about. A local group is pushing Milford to take down its license plate readers. Do you agree? That's number one. And number two, though, which is getting a good amount of response as well, we'll pick up with this after the news. The number of Connecticut's special education students is now near 100,000. Total cost as of the previous year, $3.2 billion. It's a lot of money. Should the state be picking up all of that cost? The state does a percentage, and the localities, the municipalities, do an accompanying percentage. But for the people like me that say, hey, should the state pick up the cost, it's $3.2 billion. So the state would have to find probably another $2 billion. I think they're kicking in something of the order of several hundred million. But how do you do that? How do you find $3 billion out of a $28 billion yearly budget?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. At National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., the late Senator Lindsey Graham is being remembered as a titan of the Senate at his funeral. President Trump delivering remarks calling Graham a fierce ally.
He was a man who gave America the full measure of his good and mighty heart until that heart itself just gave out.
Graham died earlier this month at the age of 71. Authorities in Seattle say a second suspect in Sunday's shooting at a food festival is one of the three people who died. Another suspect, a 15-year-old, is in custody. Police say they believe the incident may have been gang-related and there could be other suspects involved. Cleanup continues in hard-hit Wisconsin after powerful tornadoes ripped through the town of Menasha in Winnebago County yesterday. Those same storms targeting the northeast today and could bring torrential rain and flash flooding to areas including New York City and New Jersey. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The suspect driving a Jeep that struck and killed an off-duty Bridgeport police officer in Danbury had a blood alcohol level nearly twice the legal limit. 27-year-old Melissa Ramirez was born in Mexico, but spent most of her life in Connecticut and currently lives in Stamford, according to her attorney. She appeared in Danbury Superior Court Monday to be arraigned on multiple charges stemming from the July 13th crash that killed 38-year-old Cooper Whiteside, a Bridgeport police officer, and his girlfriend, 34-year-old Brittany Islami. The arrest warrant for Ramirez says police obtained her medical records, which indicated her blood alcohol level was 0.14. She also tested positive for marijuana. Ramirez is being held on $300,000 bond and will appear in court on August 31st. A 4-year-old is dead after falling out of a 10th floor window in Stamford. The incident happened on Sunday at a building on Prospect Street around 7:30 p.m. No foul play is suspected. Police believe the 4-year-old fell through a screen of an apartment window and was pronounced dead at the scene. The city's behavioral health unit is providing grief support to the family. The man who was arrested for calling in a bomb threat to Total Mortgage Arena in Bridgeport assaulted another inmate while in jail and is now facing additional charges. 34-year-old Robert Ellie was initially arrested last Wednesday after he called 911 and told the Bridgeport Emergency Dispatch Center that he was at Total Mortgage Arena with a bomb connected to his heart. Police arrived and he was arrested without incident. Later that night, police say they were called to the Bridgeport Correctional Center on North Avenue at 8:30 p.m. for a report of Ellie having assaulted another inmate. The victim said he was using the phone when Ellie came up behind him and started hitting him in the face. Corrections officers intervened and then called police. Ellie said he attacked the other man because he was, quote, a member of the Aryan Brotherhood. Ellie was charged with third-degree assault for the prison attack. Nearly one-third of Connecticut homicides in 2025 were domestic violence related. That's according to new data released by the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services. Officials say the state's overall 71% of offenders are male and 67% of victims are female. State leaders were on hand for the groundbreaking of the Willow Creek redevelopment project. Connecticut 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson, State House Speaker Matt Ritter, and others were all on hand alongside developers JHM Group and the Richmond Group. The latest phase of the project is expected to be completed in the fall of 2027. It will add 56 new affordable and mixed-income apartment homes to Willow Creek, targeting people who earn less than 80% of the area's median income. Larson told the media that projects like this benefit everyone and the local economy. 4 of the major Democratic candidates for the state's 1st congressional district are set to debate on Wednesday. It will be hosted by the League of Women Voters of Greater Hartford at the Travelers Center for Arts and Culture in the Hartford Public Library from 6 to 7 p.m. Party-endorsed Luke Bronin will take the stage alongside Ruth Fortune, Jillian Gilchrist, and incumbent Representative John Larson. The debate sets the stage for the August 11th primary. It's free and open to the public and will air on YouTube, Facebook, and the West Hartford Community Interactive cable channels. And Connecticut is ranked 15th in the country for health care. The annual report from the financial website WalletHub.com evaluated states based on cost, access, and outcomes using 44 indicators. As for neighboring states, Rhode Island is ranked 4th, Massachusetts 6th, and New York 39th. The worst state for health care is Alaska, according to the survey. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 45 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway northbound is even easier. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A horrible story in that newscast. This head-on accident that killed this Bridgeport police officer and his lady friend that was with him. The suspect in the case, 27-year-old Melissa Rivera. And, what do we see here? Booze and allegations of mixing booze with marijuana. What's the matter with people? Seriously. And I guess, in the story here, you're seeing about, she was doing what? Allegedly, she's doing 63 and a 45 booze as suspicion of marijuana or THC vaping. Come on. What is wrong with people? I know if we had 3 or 4 days, we could figure it out. Man, oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Ramirez admitted she consumed a 12-ounce Corona beer around 11 o'clock. Police said her eyes were watery and bloodshot. Good God, and she kills 2 people. I'm sorry. Have I ever driven drunk? Yes, about 40 years ago, and it was the last time I did it because I'm an adult. There was also a strong odor of an alcoholic beverage emanating from her person, according to the warrant here. Investigators found an empty Corona bottle in the trunk of the Jeep at the crash scene, as well as an empty 12-ounce can of Corona and a THC vape cartridge. Hey, why not? It appeared the can of Corona had spilled during the crash, as there was fresh beer spilled all over the rear area, rear passenger area of the Jeep. Police later obtained Ramirez's medical records and learned she had a .14 blood alcohol level after the crash. In other words, she was smashed, no pun intended. Amounting to nearly twice the legal limit, she also tested positive for cannabis. I'm shocked. Really? Driving home in the middle of the night, you're already drunk, you're THC vaping, and you tested positive for cannabis. There's a quality individual. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. And they say, well, she was sobbing in court. Well, too bad, lady. You see what you did? I'm sorry. You see what you allegedly did? What possesses somebody? In the middle of the night, she said she worked a 14-hour shift at a Peruvian store. That's wonderful, good. And then I guess she stopped over a friend's house. So what are we doing here? Come on, what are we doing? Knocking back Coronas, THC vaping, and marijuana too. Good guy. And you're driving a vehicle. During her arraignment, Ramirez appeared before Judge Sean McGinnis in handcuffs and a tan jumpsuit alongside her attorney, Dan Thibodeau. She appeared visibly upset and could be seen wiping away tears as McGinnis advised her of her rights. 2 kids, too. Ages 12 and 5, and no criminal record. Well, Now, what does this mean? She was born in Mexico, but has spent her whole life in Connecticut and has significant ties to the area. Now, does that mean is that a surgical way of saying she's an illegal? I'm still trying to figure that out. She was born in Mexico, but has, and this is in quotes here, in air quotes, was born in Mexico, but has, quote, spent her whole life, unquote, in Connecticut and has, quote, significant ties to the area. What does that mean? And again, I'm not trying to chide anybody for this. Are we left to put 2 and 2 together and say, she's undocumented, a non-citizen, or an illegal? I don't know. So if she was born in Mexico, I guess she would have been a Mexican national, but has spent her whole life in Connecticut. What exactly? I'm trying to piece this together here. State's Attorney Stacey Haupt Miranda disagreed that Ramirez made herself available at the scene and requested her bond be kept at $500,000, expressing a flight risk, and also mentioning an here it is. Here it is. All I had to do was scroll down, you dummy. Just scroll down, Paul. You'll find it. Here it is. An immigration detainer. There it is. So the bond, by the way, is $300,000, which means she can put up $30,000. And there you go. State's attorney disagreeing that Ramirez made herself available and requested the bond at $500,000. Miranda expressed a flight risk concerns and also mentioned an immigration detainer during Ramirez's arraignment. So she was an illegal, right? If you're a citizen, you don't get immigration detainers tossed at you. So there you go. somebody who was wanted on, unless they put that on her right then and there. But again, whether it got slapped on her in court or previously, she's an illegal. So way to go. Way to go, our immigration system. 2 people are dead because an illegal couldn't wait till she got home to have her weed, her THC vapes, and her brews.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to Ridgefield Playhouse. September 23rd, one of the greatest selling artists of all time, Kenny G. September 29th, it's UB40, the Unstoppable Tour. And Friday, October 18th, it's the Blind Boys of Alabama, Songs in the Key of Life. Kenny G, UB40, and the Blind Boys of Alabama. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at ridgefieldplayhouse.org.
The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest by Connecticut Basement Systems is August 2nd. Pizza, craft beverages, and fun. Enter to win a $1,000 gift card from Jordan's Furniture in New Haven. Jordan's Furniture, an experience like no other. ctpizzaandbrewfest.com.
As we celebrate 250 years of freedom, freedom to govern ourselves, freedom to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, let me ask you a question. What does financial freedom look like today, and do you have it? Because it looks like insulation from inflation. It looks like a hedge against global instability and global divestment from the US dollar. It looks a lot like owning physical gold. It's Stephen Gardner for Monetary Gold, who have been helping Americans diversify with gold for the past 26 years. Did you know you can own physical gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account? Learn how with a free copy of Gold in Modern America from Monetary Gold. Claim it at StephenLovesGold.com. Find freedom with gold. Visit StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770 for a one-on-one consultation. Claim your free guide at StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770. Performance may vary. Consult your tax and financial professional.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 45 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway northbound is even easier. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Still live, still local, and still taking your calls. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, way to go. Our immigration system here. 27-year-old Melissa Ramirez, drunk, speeding when she crossed into oncoming traffic and hit a motorcycle head-on per the arrest warrant there. And we find out, I guess, from her attorney and from the prosecutor, she's got an immigration detainer. Are you shocked? So if she wasn't here, in all likelihood, 2 people would be alive. That's your immigration connection to crime right there. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear. And please don't give me this. Well, you know, Paul, yes, you do know that migrants, hard-working people, they per capita, they commit fewer crimes than Americans. I don't want to hear it. Don't even take that out of your bag. Put it back in the trunk. I don't want to hear it. We hear this crap over and over and over again, and it's mind-numbing. If she wasn't here, by some way, shape, or form, 2 people, a young Bridgeport police officer and his lady friend there, probably still would have been around. Unreal. I'm sorry, I don't care about people want to bet. I know you want to come here, you do it the right way. Because, I read the first part of that story. I'm like, well, she has significant ties to Mexico. And I'm like, what is her attorney saying here? And then, of course, the prosecutor comes out and says, well, there's an ICE detention order. Oh, I'm shocked. There you go. And I'm not, please don't give me this, well, you're branding all illegal. No, I'm not branding or painting with a broad brush, whatever. But the probably the only thing I hate more than illegals openly flouting our immigration laws is then committing crimes. If she wasn't here, people would be alive. You can't argue that. If what's being printed in the paper, listen to me. How old am I? Jeez. Patricia is in Milford this afternoon. Patricia, hi. You're on WICC. How are you?
I'm good. So I'm listening to your story, and of course I've seen it on Facebook 100 times already today that she is an illegal and the marijuana and and not to change the subject. Go ahead. No, I heard Lamont say earlier in an ad, we're keeping Connecticut safe.
Yeah.
We don't need you. So that kind of it doesn't make any sense. But also, I wondered about that Josh Elliott that said on the debate that he'd like to see marijuana cafes. So if you spend time in a marijuana cafe, how do you get home after?
Yeah. I mean, Patricia.
Does that make sense?
You can't script some of this stuff. It's so bizarre. You can't. You can't.
You can't.
And
I mean.
And to the extent that the governor and Democrats, everything is about ICE this and ICE that. And Patricia, I got to tell you, I think as this goes on, more and more people, even though they'll never say it, my gut feeling, Patricia, is that a lot more people agree with what ICE is doing than will say publicly. But that's just me. I could be wrong.
And 27 years, you're walking around with no legitimacy, no paperwork?
I
don't. How does that happen?
I don't. And Patricia, thank you for the call very much from Milford. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, again, that's another thing. What Patricia just did there, she's voicing a concern that the common person says, oh, wait a minute. Now, this woman, she says she was working at a store, so she was gainfully employed. Now, what were the particulars of her immigration case? I don't know. But her attorney said, well, she was born in Mexico, but ... So he was kind of saying in the arraignment there, well, Your Honor, my client here was born in Mexico, but has significant ties to people here. What does that mean? And then the prosecutor came out and said, well, no, this is just somebody who had an immigration order on it. So, I mean, I don't know what you do. So now, obviously, there needs to be some sort of reckoning with our legal system. And if she's convicted, then what happens after with the booze and the marijuana and the killing of this young man, this young Bridgeport police officer and his lady friend there, girlfriend or companion he was with that night? So what then? You convict her, and you're going to put her in jail here for how many years? So it's going to cost the taxpayer how much? And you may say, well, Paul, we could just ship her back to Mexico. But then does she avoid any criminal penalty at all in this? Mind-boggling, man. It's just not good. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Miranda also said that the woman's license was suspended indefinitely. Now, does that mean the license was already suspended? Wow. The prosecutor said, I believe the family ties to the area could sue the court's concerns regarding any flight risk, or the attorney said. She's got several family members here in the audience with her. She lacks any type of criminal record whatsoever. Well, again, that's all laudable up to this point. Investigators also determined the crash occurred in the leftmost southbound lane of travel. Ramirez was traveling 63 miles an hour seconds before the crash and 56 miles an hour at the time of the crash. The speed limit on that stretch of road is 45 miles an hour. Judge Sean McGinnis set the bond at $300,000, but said it can be posted once a GPS ankle bracelet is installed and activated. I'm sure she'll abide by that ankle bracelet. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Why wouldn't she? Other non-financial bond conditions of release include turning over all passports and no driving without a proper license and insurance. There you go. It's horrible. I'm sorry. I know people want to come to this country. We hear it all. Oh, they're coming for a better life. Oh, they're coming because they're escaping prosecution and all that. Her blood alcohol level, 0.14. A couple of Coronas will do that, the big ones. Tested positive for cannabis. 2. Why not? Hey, why not? If you're going to kill somebody, allegedly, why not do it with a mix? Unreal. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What possesses somebody to do that? See, I've always kind of wondered, even if, how should I say this without being too bad? Even if you are not the brightest person, you're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, what do they say? You're not the longest fork in the drawer. Even if you're not the sharpest person mentally, even if you have a little space for rent between your ears, cannabis and 1 or 2 cans of Corona, driving, 50-something in a 40-something. I wonder, the thing that fascinates me with these cases like this, even the horrible ones here, is trying to figure out what people are thinking. All right, she was tired. She worked a 14-hour shift in that store, said she stopped on the way home at her friend's house. What are you doing? You got 3 kids. Some stories saying 2 kids, some are saying 3. You got multiple kids. What are you doing? Now, look, I admit I'm not exactly an angel in heaven, but the last thing I would do is do anything like what she did.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 45 minutes from Stanford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway northbound is even easier. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Nobody builds a business without hearing a few reasons it won't work. Too risky, too crowded, too ambitious. But the people who move things forward usually hear those words first. Because growing a business takes more than optimism. It takes nerve, and eventually, a partner built for what's next. That's Next Rodeo. Big thinking, proven creative. For businesses still moving forward. Next Rodeo. The difference between the business you have and the business you want. Meet us at thenextrodeo.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And let me just say something here to close this out, seriously. I don't try to judge people on their morals because Lord knows I'm one that should not be judged either. Listen. You may hear warm, fuzzy Paul here every day in the afternoon from 2 to 6, but I was not always the, shall we say, straight-arrowed guy that I consider myself right now. And there were times in my younger day, decades ago, where I did a lot of dumb things, including, yes, 2 or 3 times, driving drunk. And after like the 3rd time, when I'm sitting there and I parked the car, and I looked around, and you ask that question, some of us who have done this irresponsibly, you ask that question, how the bleep did I get here in one piece? And you do that once, you do that twice. And with me, it was like the 2nd or 3rd time. And I said, no, this is it. Never going to do that again. No, sir, no, ma'am. Wouldn't be fair to my parents or the people that love me, and trashing what I kind of thought would be a fun life ahead of me and pretty much has been. So I don't know. I'm not going to be judge, jury, and executioner to this woman, but geez. And I know there are millions of people who enjoy weed legally, and there are millions of people that can be responsible with booze or beer or wine or whatever. But good God, it's just horrible. It is, in every way, shape, and form. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A lot more coming up. Megan Portfolio in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll go live to the Middle East coming up in about half an hour or so. More of that. And we've got news, too, as well. And the part that millions of people wait for, Chris Williams. He'll be reading the answers to some of our Facebook questions coming up straight ahead.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Seattle, new details following Sunday's deadly shooting at a food festival in downtown. Police Chief Sean Barnes says one of the suspects police were searching for was among the 3 killed. And he says a 15-year-old remains in custody, saying it appears the shooting is linked to gang violence and that a ghost gun was used in the shooting.
A ghost gun is an untraceable weapon that lacks a serial number. They are typically homemade and they are illegal. This was the firearm that was recovered from the 15-year-old suspect who was in court yesterday for assault and weapons violations.
Funeral service is underway for the late Senator Lindsey Graham at the National Cathedral in D.C. President Trump delivering the eulogy, calling Graham a member of the family and a critical part of the Republican Party. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more on the impact of Graham's 30 years in Congress and the rocky relationship with the president.
He said nothing happened in Washington without Lindsey Graham having an impact on it. Nothing happened across the world without Lindsey Graham having a view of it. A bill did not get passed out of this building on Capitol Hill without Lindsey Graham leaving his imprint on it. That goes to show you the level of impact that Lindsey Graham has had as a United States Senator, and the impact that Lindsey Graham has had on President Donald Trump, being so often a voice in his ear and someone who's given him counsel. And now the president has to move on for the remainder of his second term without that counsel.
Cleanup continuing in hard-hit Wisconsin after powerful tornadoes ripped through the town of Menasha. Winnebago County Executive Gordon Hint says the damage is widespread.
The depth of the tornado and its impact still is incredible, devastating, and we're really still in the assessment phase of things.
The National Weather Service says the tornado that blew through portions of Wisconsin has been upgraded to an EF3. You're listening to ABC News.
That'll be 84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you're thinking of upgrading your Apple devices, there's a new way to finance it.
iPhones, iPads, Mac computers, and Apple Watches will soon be available to lease under the new Apple Upgrade program. The tech giant says lease terms will run between 12 and 36 months with no fees or interest payments. The program will be operated by Klarna. At the end of the term, customers can buy their device at the list price, upgrade to a newer model, or walk away.
ABC's Mike Dubusky. In Mississippi, the investigation continuing into the death of Nolan Wells over the July 4th weekend. He was last spotted with friends off Horn Island in a boat. His family calling for transparency. It comes after family commissioned a second autopsy report showing the cause of death was inconclusive and some body parts were not released. Police initially say initial results indicated Wells drowned. Here's ABC's Aaron Katursky.
Documents obtained by ABC News show that boat set off for Horn Island just before 10 a.m. the morning of July 4th. Wells and his friends arrived at 11:14. For the next 5 hours, the boat was stationary until it left at 4:31 p.m. without Wells, moving at no more than 4 knots. Whatever problem the teens reported was resolved about an hour later at 5:25 when vessel regains normal operation and begins accelerating at 30 to 35 knots.
Lottery fever continues to build. No one drew the winning numbers in last night's Powerball. Tonight, it's Mega Millions' turn. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State leaders were on hand for the groundbreaking of the Willow Creek redevelopment project. Connecticut 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson, State House Speaker Matt Ritter, and others were all on hand alongside developers JHM Group and the Richmond Group. The latest phase of the project is expected to be completed in the fall of 2027. It will add 56 new affordable and mixed-income apartment homes to Willow Creek, targeting people who earn less than 80% of the area's median income. Larson told the media that projects like this benefit everyone and the local economy. And 4 of the major Democratic candidates for the state's 1st congressional district are set to debate on Wednesday. It will be hosted by the League of Women Voters of Greater Hartford at the Travelers Center for Arts and Culture in the Hartford Public Library from 6 to 7 p.m. Party-endorsed Luke Bronin will take the stage alongside Ruth Fortune, Jillian Gilchrist, and incumbent Representative John Larson. The debate sets the stage for the August 11th primary. It's free and open to the public and will air on YouTube, Facebook, and the West Hartford Community Interactive cable channels. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, half an hour from Norwalk going into Bridgeport. Some breaks along the way through the Parkway is even easier. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, Scooter, thank you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Coming up in about 15 minutes, a report live from the Middle East. We'll see what's going on there. Also, 5 o'clock hour, Megan Portfolio from the Hartford Portfolio. But we kicked in for you just joining us today. By the way, at this point, glad to have you with us. Thanks for seeking us out here in the afternoon. Talk for Fairfield County, New Haven County, all across the great state of Connecticut. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. A couple of questions of the day today to get us up and underway. The first one, a local group is pushing the city of Milford to take down its automated license plate readers. They plan on showing up, I guess, en masse this coming Monday night, the 3rd of August, to talk about this at the Milford Board of Alders meeting there. So do you agree with this? A local group is pushing Milford to take down its plate readers. Police say these plate readers help them solve crimes. A lot of people saying, wait a minute, they may be unconstitutional, and I don't want my driving to be monitored wherever I go in the wonderful big city of Milford. What do you think? Do you agree? Chris Williams is on the case. He's been looking over a bevy of answers we have to this. Chris, what do you have?
No from Lucille. No, they're doing their job, Kimberly says, making people slow down. If you're following the law, why do you care about them being there? Absolutely from Joe. The lawsuits are coming anyway. John thinks that. Glenn says get rid of the flock cameras. Robert thinks every town will have them within a year. A lot of money in the hands of politicians. That's scary. And Karen says absolutely no.
All right. Now, and again, we had a little conflagration there between the license plate readers and the speed cameras. The license plate readers aren't generating money, or at least they're not supposed to. The speed cameras are a different story. Well, you know, Paul, they only slow down for the camera and they speed up. Well, yeah. It's the same thing that happens with cops, isn't it? Well, I'd rather have a cop there. Why? Well, see, this is what I don't understand. Look, I've gotten stopped for speeding or moving violations maybe 7 or 8 times in my illustrious driving career. And, 7 or 8 times. And, you have that thought while the officer, the guy or the gal is running your license and checking your insurance going, look at all these people going past us right now. Zoom, 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 zoom. So they're all speeding and I'm getting the ticket. So these other people are laughing at us, officer, sir, or madam. So I don't quite understand the misunderstanding of that a speed camera is simply doing what an officer would do. But the thing is, it's being fair about it. Aren't and I know I've asked this before, but I continue to ask it again. Isn't the fairest way to do this to capture everybody? I mean, isn't the fairest way to divvy out tickets or to give out tickets or to get people to slow down in school zones in some areas like on the Post Road in Milford? Isn't the best way to get them to slow down is to say, hey, we're not picking and choosing here, or we're not writing out a ticket for that guy and a warning for that guy and a warning for that gal and a ticket for the guy. And so you can't come back and say, well, you're not consistent with this. The hell we're not. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And question number 2, Mr. Williams is here. The number of Connecticut special ed students is nearing 100,000, costing $3.2 billion with a B, $3.2 billion. Should the state pick up all of that cost? Chris, what do we have on question number 2 today?
Mark moved to North Carolina from Connecticut, and he said it's crazy to see how we pay $24,000 to $26,000 per special ed student on average. In North Carolina, they pay a flat rate of $5,300 per special ed student. Good luck without federal funding. CT will tax you to death. It's the difference between easy living. And it's the difference between easy living and hard living. Give me easy. It's literally their legal obligation from Phil. If the state is requiring all children to get vaccines, then yes, they need to cover the costs. That's what Tara thinks. Absolutely not from Susan. It's a partnership between parents, teachers, and students. To do this would be to take away education for them all. I'm sure it is unpopular, but it can give the student the best encouragement from all who care about him. And Jenny wants to know, what is the root causes of these kids facing disabilities like this in such a huge increase?
Yeah, that's interesting. And Chris, the first answer you mentioned there, the gentleman who's mentioned, North Carolina or something like that, it was the exact, I think the first or second one you mentioned there.
Yes.
And that was, $5,300?
Yes.
Okay.
In North Carolina.
$5,300 in North Carolina. Now, again, I'm not an educator. I am far from an educator. You don't want me anywhere near your kids if they're students. But again, I to have a special needs kid, I know plenty of people that do, and God bless them. But why are some states spending $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a year? And as one of our respondents said earlier, Connecticut spent, and I didn't know this. Connecticut is by all measures, one of the top, if not the top spender for special ed spending in the country. $24,000 to $26,000. Now, again, I'm not debating the need for this. Please don't take it as I am. I mean, seriously, no way would I do that and sit here and thematically slap parents in the face and insult them like that. That's not what I'm saying. But why does it cost $26,000 in Connecticut? Why, again, is Connecticut near the top of an ignominious list? We have the highest costs, apparently, for special ed. We have one of the highest costs, either second or third, for electricity. Our cost of insurance is incredibly high because of all the mandates we slap on this. So again, the people that govern us, what are they doing about this? Or are they just going to sit there slack-jawed and drooling, going, yeah, it's pretty expensive here? I just, folks, I'm telling you, I don't mean to be a stooge here, but you sound like one, Paul. Yeah, I know, I get you. Mind-numbing. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Right now, there's one bluefish swimming in Long Island Sound. And this summer, it could make you $25,000 richer. The 44th annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, driven by Stevens, Ford, Lincoln, and Milford, is August 29th and 30th. Land the heaviest bluefish that weekend to wheel in $25,000. There's over $40,000 in cash prizes total. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or at your local bait and tackle shop. We'll see you on the Sound. Thanks to Water Doctor, Bridgeport Harbor Marina, and Little Pub.
Who sells Continental tires for less than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. Who has a better selection of Continental tires than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. And who gives you more free services for the life of those Continental tires? Nobody. Town Fair Tire has over 100 locations and over 600,000 tires in stock, all at the guaranteed lowest price. And that's why we say nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
From a child's first day of learning to a senior finding friendship, Hall Neighborhood House in Bridgeport is there every step of the way. For 140 years, Hall Neighborhood House has been a pillar of support for the Bridgeport community, providing early childhood education, after-school programs, STEM learning, family resources, and senior services. The true measure of Hall isn't the number of programs it offers, it's the lives those programs have transformed. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest by Connecticut Basement Systems is this Sunday. Tickets on sale at ctpizzaandbrewfest.com. Driven by Mazda of Milford.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, half an hour from Norwalk going into Bridgeport. Some breaks along the way through the Parkway is even easier. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, where for the past 100 years, we've been the voice of Connecticut.
Very masculine sounding return music here. Yes, let's enjoy it, huh? Yeah. Uh-huh. Ooh, ah. I'm sorry. No, I love the stuff they give me to play to return here. Yes. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's a lot of money. And listen, I have to be careful when I talk about this because believe me, I know parents and families with special needs kids, and it just costs more. It just does. It costs more. But so many things in this state end up costing more, and we don't really do anything about it. Is that, you see where I'm coming back on this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So what, and could the state pick this up by themselves if they wanted to? Now, you may say, well, the state's got money, Lamont is saying we have all this surplus money. Yeah, but $3 billion? That's a lot of money in a yearly budget that's about 25 or 28 billion. So how you do that and how you do it so it actually doesn't bite too many people in the rear end who are state taxpayers if they get relief from their local property taxes, and you're not just playing a shell game here. I don't know. I don't know. ABC News coming up bottom of the hour. Chris Williams after that. Before that, though, a little addition here from ABC. Our Jordana Miller standing by live in the Middle East in Jerusalem to talk about, again, the unfolding, maybe changing situation between the U.S. and Iran and some meetings today. Jordana, hi. Thanks for joining us. What is the latest, especially on some of these meetings that went on today that we were told about?
Well, the Israeli Prime Minister met for about an hour and 20 minutes with President Trump.
Mm-hmm.
It was not a one-on-one meeting. It was quite kind of large delegation on both sides. The Israelis were reporting it was a very positive meeting, productive, that first and foremost, the issue of Iran was at the center of the talks, and that there was a lot of cooperation and kind of reaffirming their both the mutual goals of the United States and Israel to prevent Iran from going nuclear, right, from getting a nuclear weapon. But, beyond that, there's obviously a lot of details we don't know. And, after, I would say, a lot of kind of strained phone calls, some of them angry, some of them filled with profanities, it looks like both the United States and Israel were trying to project, that they're kind of, they're on track. And, of course, the United States and Israel have different interests right now. And certainly that was discussed, right? The president is choosing to give Iran another chance to end the war or get back to the negotiating table, and he has stopped what was almost 2 weeks of strikes on in and around the Strait of Hormuz. And Israel still fears that Iran is up to no good, that enough damage, there's still more that could be hit. But it does appear that at least those around the prime minister are emphasizing that Netanyahu did not go to Washington to try to get the president back, into a full war, right? They stated, their opinion, their interests, but that's that, and Trump will, make up his mind as he sees fit at the right time.
From Jerusalem, ABC's Jordana Miller with that update. Jordana, thank you. We appreciate the time. Take care, be well, and be safe. Thanks.
Thanks. Talk soon.
Appreciate it. Jordana Miller live from Jerusalem there, where it's late into the evening. Good of her to give us some time and call us there. And, things apparently getting a little tense over the last few days between Mr. Netanyahu and Mr. Trump. As always to talk about more and more right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, half an hour from Norwalk going into Bridgeport. Some breaks along the way through the Parkway is even easier. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
He'll tell you what's really going on. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, so we spend between $24,000 and $26,000 a year, which compared to educating other students is kind of even with the educational costs of special needs kids. And that can involve multiple professionals. Sometimes there are disagreements between parents and guardians and schools as to whether or not their son or daughter or person they are the guardian of is actually a student that qualifies for special needs. Interesting story in the Hartford Courant by some state officials and some union officials saying it really spiked post-COVID. A lot of people are connecting it to, a lot of emotional stress caused by bullying and social media. So no matter what it costs or what the causes are, you still got to educate the kids. And that is still guaranteed. Public school system, public education, it's one of the backbones of this country. But we spend the most of any, according to every list I saw. A couple of lists said, well, you really can't calculate it because it's different maybe for each student and their needs, but the averages put Connecticut between $26,000 and about $24,000 a year for special needs kids. And again, with all due respect, here we are being number one in something that costs maybe if not too much, but maybe should be rethought. Is that a word or an idea to think of here? Thinking of the rethinking or rethinking the thinking? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. 100,000 young students classified as special needs as of last year. The cost about $3 billion with a B dollars. Consider the state spends about $28 billion or so each and every year.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. At the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., funeral services have concluded for the late Senator Lindsey Graham. The longtime GOP lawmaker from South Carolina died at the age of 71 this month. President Trump delivering the eulogy. He called Graham a member of the family and a critical part of the Republican Party over the years.
He was the first person to make you laugh and one of the last people that you've really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history. Few like him.
In Georgia, a judge sentenced teen Colt Gray to life in prison without the possibility of parole in the deadly Appalachia High School shooting that killed 4 people in 2024. Gray had pleaded not guilty to charges of killing 2 students and 2 teachers at the school outside Atlanta, but Gray changed his plea. Tornado damage being assessed in Wisconsin after yesterday's volatile storms. That same system targeting the Northeast today. This is ABC.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The suspect driving a Jeep that struck and killed an off-duty Bridgeport police officer in Danbury had a blood alcohol level nearly twice the legal limit. 27-year-old Melissa Ramirez was born in Mexico, but spent most of her life in Connecticut and currently lives in Stamford, according to her attorney. She appeared in Danbury Superior Court Monday to be arraigned on multiple charges stemming from the July 13th crash that killed 38-year-old Cooper Whiteside, a Bridgeport police officer, and his girlfriend, 34-year-old Brittany Islami. The arrest warrant for Ramirez says police obtained her medical records, which indicated her blood alcohol level was 0.14. She also tested positive for marijuana. Ramirez is being held on $300,000 bond and will appear in court on August 31st. Nearly 1/3 of Connecticut homicides in 2025 were domestic violence related. That's according to new data released by the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services. Officials say the state's overall murder rate has declined, but the number of domestic violence related homicides has remained stable. According to the findings, 71% of offenders are male and 67% of victims are female. Bridgeport police are investigating a homicide after an 18-year-old man was found shot to death in a car on Catherine Street Monday night. Police say they received a call around 6:45 p.m. Monday for reports of gunfire and a person bleeding in a car. When they arrived, they found 18-year-old Leon Richardson shot dead. The Bridgeport Police Department's Major Crimes Unit was on scene and say the investigation is underway. They are asking anyone who has information about the shooting to contact Bridgeport Police and ask for Detective Thomas Harper. A judge says Raoul Valley can be retried on new amended charges. The case comes from a stabbing outside a Shelton house party in 2022 that left James Jimmy McGrath dead. Valley's attorneys had filed a motion to dismiss the amended charges after a trial last summer ended in a partial verdict with an acquittal for the most serious charges. The attorneys argued that the amended charges would violate Valley's double jeopardy rights. Governor Ned Lamont and the Connecticut Department of Transportation say progress is being made on the New Haven Metro North Line. It's one of the busiest stretches of commuter rail in the U.S., the first piece of a 3-phase plan worth $1.6 billion to upgrade track from Stratford to Bridgeport is underway. The first phase will cost about $340 million and is being built by Yonkers Contracting Company. Funding is being poured in by the Federal Rail Administration, the state, and Amtrak. The rest of the project will cost around $1.3 billion and is expected to be complete by 2035. A controversial AI-generated campaign video in a Bridgeport probate judge race is raising new concerns about the use of deepfakes in Connecticut elections. The ad, released by candidate Mark Bradley's campaign, appears to use artificial intelligence to create fake videos and voices of Mayor Joe Ganim and probate judge Paul Ganim, making it seem as though they made statements they never actually said. Political experts say the incident highlights how AI-generated content can influence voters even when people recognize it's fake. The controversy is also renewing calls for Connecticut lawmakers to revisit legislation that would require disclosure on AI-generated political ads after a similar proposal stalled during the last legislative session. Bridgeport Public Schools is working to fill about 50 teacher vacancies before students return to class. The largest need is at the elementary school level with 13 vacancies. District officials say they're making progress through weekly open interviews, targeted recruiting, social media outreach, and partnerships with colleges and universities to build a pipeline of future educators. Bridgeport is also offering incentives for retired special education teachers to return to the classroom while continuing to receive their pensions. School leaders say the goal is to have a qualified teacher in every classroom by the first day of school and expect the number of openings to continue shrinking throughout the rest of the summer. And Connecticut is ranked 15th in the country for health care. The annual report from the financial website WalletHub.com evaluated states based on cost, access, and outcomes using 44 indicators. As for neighboring states, Rhode Island is ranked 4th, Massachusetts 6th, and New York 39th. The worst state for health care is Alaska, according to the survey. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound reportedly closed between exit 15 and 16 because of a crash that's affecting both sides of the highway. 95 northbound, about a half an hour from Norwalk going through Fairfield and out of New Haven. 95 south, just volume delays through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Then Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's got everything you need to know before you get home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So we're putting AI in campaign videos now? Is this what we're doing? And we're fabricating quotes? Did you hear that story Chris just had in his news there? Man, this is so Bridgeport. I'm sorry. I hate to say that, but again, this is so freaking Bridgeport. A likely AI deepfake campaign ad appears in an election after the bill stalled. Jordan Nathaniel Fenster's story here in the Connecticut Post. Chris had this too. A campaign video released in Bridgeport's probate judge race appears, it says here, to use artificial intelligence to create synthetic versions of Mayor Joe Ganim and probate judge Paul Ganim, complete. This reeks of Bridgeport, complete with fake voices, delivering dialogue that neither man actually spoke about raising taxes and stealing money. And we're okay with this? I'll read that again in case you missed it, in case you're scoring at home. A campaign video released in a probate judge race in Bridgeport appears to use artificial intelligence to create synthetic versions, as in fake. Synthetic versions of Mayor Joe Ganim and the probate judge Paul Ganim, complete with fake voices, delivering dialogue neither man actually spoke about raising taxes and stealing money. The videos seem to be created using still photos, one of which appears to have been used without permission from the archive of CT Insider, with AI turning them into videos. The video was released by the campaign for Mark Bradley, a private attorney challenging Paul Ganim in the Democratic primary for a probate judge seat that Ganim has held since the 1990s. Bradley, this gets better, kids. Bradley did not deny that AI was used to create the video or that voices and quotes attributed to the Ganim brothers were fabricated. For the advertisement, he talked about this with CT Insider. Bradley nevertheless defended the substance of the ad posted on social media. So, let me see if I get this. You admit that it's essentially fake, but the substance is, oh my God. Bradley said, here's a quote, I can't comment on any hypothetical violations of a proposed bill because I am not privy to the nuances of that bill. This was a bill in Hartford that got stalled on AI. What I can comment on is that nothing in the messaging of my ads are false or misleading, really. However, R. Christopher Meyer, the campaign manager for Paul Ganim, said the video was designed to fool viewers. Quote, had that bill passed, Bradley's ad would have been illegal. It's obviously synthetic AI created impersonations of people using fake voices, trying to trick the public into thinking they did say and say certain things which they didn't. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. You people in Bridgeport, what is wrong with you? Fake campaign ads, fake. Well, Paul, it's satire. No, it's not satire. No, it's not hypothetical. No. Good God. I just, just when you think things might change, you turn around, and when you least expect it, someone smiles and says, Bridgeport.
If you're buying or selling a home in New Haven or Fairfield counties, experience matters. That's why you should trust Jonathan Carbuti with Carbuti and Company Realtors. John has more than 40 years of real estate experience and over 1,300 five-star Google reviews. Carbuti and Company is also the only area real estate agency endorsed by Barbara Corcoran. Call 203-980-6886 today.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbuti. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
The right time to buy a new Buick is right now. The right place is D'Addario Buick GMC. Right now, get 0.9% financing, plus up to $2,250 purchase allowance and no payments for 90 days on select new Buick models. Shop D'Addario Buick GMC in Shelton. The difference is D'Addario.
Must finance through GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Must be a current owner of a 2012 model year or newer non-GM vehicle or a current lessee of a 2021 model year or newer non-GM vehicle for at least 30 days prior to new vehicle sale.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news. Fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-5351. 800-499-5351. 800-499-5351.
Results may vary.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A mixed market again today as the Dow rallied more than 500 points and the S&P tacked down 12 while the Nasdaq lost 55 amid concerns about semiconductor stocks, which sold off once again in the wake of a huge drop overnight in South Korea, where both SK Hynix and Samsung sold off sharply, pushing the South Korean Kospi down more than 10%. It is now down more than 30% from its most recent all-time high. So chip stocks under pressure today, pushing the Nasdaq and the Nasdaq 100 down, but better than expected earnings and more possible discussions between the U.S. and Iran over continuing to bring down the temperature, if you will, in the Middle East seem to help the market sentiment. We saw, in fact, oil prices drop rather dramatically as a result, all the way back towards just the mid-70s on the day, both in London and here at home, while we had earnings again being quite supportive, interest rates down on the day as well as oil prices came down. That is somewhat disinflationary as we move to the Fed's decision on interest rates tomorrow.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound reportedly closed between exit 15 and 16 because of a crash that's affecting both sides of the highway. 95 northbound, about a half an hour from Norwalk going through Fairfield and out of New Haven. 95 south, just volume delays through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Then Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Paul wants to hear from you. Call 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It's so Bridgeport. Just create allegedly fake campaign ads. Now, again, there's a lot of political satire out there on both sides of the aisle with AI, pro-Trump, anti-Trump. It's all very funny. But there's a difference between funny and using this stuff in campaigns. You just can't get away from it. Oh, brother. And Sister Liz in Southbury. Hello, Liz. How are you?
I'm doing great, but I'm very upset to think that any advertising or media company would completely make up something not only that isn't true, but make the whole darn thing up.
Well, it's not, Liz, let me stop you there. It's not a media company. Apparently, this was done in a campaign. The only media that was mentioned is, I guess, Hearst is alleging that one of their photos was manipulated in this. That's what the story said. But the whole AI thing, the fake thing, is allegedly coming from one campaign. Yeah.
But as we know, big campaigns, national campaigns, they don't do this by themselves. They use advertising companies and media companies.
Yeah.
And I predict this is going to blow up, and it's going to make us, all of us, not only confused and upset, it's going to screw with our entire system.
People are going, Liz, to have to become even more vigilant than they are. I tell people all the time, sometimes I talk to young people getting in this business. I say, look, don't take anything on face value. You had better take the time and check several sources on the right, check several sources on the left, and ask yourselves, all right, I've gone through all these things. Do I believe this now? But you're right. Are people going to take the time to do that, Liz? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know.
Well, a similar thing has been happening for decades with supplements. Some supplement makers make wild claims.
Yeah, sure.
And it takes the FDA years to catch up with them.
Yeah.
And people believe that baloney, and they buy this junk, and they don't even know what they're putting in their body.
Exactly. And Liz, thank you. But that's a good comparison there. And then you watch these infomercials about these supplements, and you read about the glowing reviews, and then down on the bottom, if you zoom in on your computer, the manufacturer of so and so oil with rose hips and honey mustard and all that. We make no claims that this actually treats any condition. This has not been that's the phrase they use. So blankly blank has not been evaluated by the FDA. So basically, we're selling you crap. No, I know some supplements are good for you. My doctor gave me some advice on some supplements, but a lot of them aren't. Tim in Hamden's been hanging on a while. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay, I guess. I've got three quick things.
Sure.
First off, I never vote for those probate judges and stuff.
Yeah.
How would I know who to vote for? Honestly, it's like, I just skip those.
Okay.
Unless they have some sort of party label or anything, I just skip it. I don't know whether this person's good or bad. And this is one of the few states where I lived in where you actually vote on the judges.
Yeah.
So it's like, so that's, you say the campaign for judge. Second, I've taken classes in special education at Southern and other places. Oh my God, the people don't understand. All of the different factors into it.
Sure.
Needing aids, needing special equipment, needing transportation. These people have some sort of issue with language, from another country. All of these, so when I hear North Carolina only paid, $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, because they're a hillbilly state. They probably didn't pay very much. And that's the honest truth. People don't care, but they immediately see that. And then finally, I would urge people to read, just Google the New York Times article about what Trump is doing with nuclear power.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's the grift. So essentially, he is trying to set up him and his family, including and everyone to be involved. They've all been merging, their nuclear power investments all through the Middle East. Remember, the $2 billion Kushner, situation the Saudis are involved with and everything. So now his media company, that, phony Twitter thing, is merging with another company that's involved with nuclear power. So he's going to be, it's like Elon Musk and Twitter would be involved with, another for-profit thing like nuclear power.
Okay.
I mean, he's trying to get all of these countries over there, sign these accords, and we're going to give you, the Trump brand nuclear power plants or somebody associated with it.
And yet, Tim, everybody knows this, and he still pulls it off. So I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, it's so funny. I'll leave you with this real quick.
Yes,
There's Central Comedy thing where it says, there's a news clip and they say, Trump announced a new healthcare thing. No, just kidding. He announced another new gold coin he's selling.
Well, there you go.
So that's what we've got. Monetize your presidency.
That's
Monetize your judge for, you're running for judge things. Monetize that too.
Well,
have a good one. Bye.
All right, Tim. Thanks. Listen, folks. I mean, and this is we all love Tim, but there are people who don't like that. We get it. You don't like Trump. So, all right, what are your? And I don't know how many times I've talked about this, but I got to keep saying this. We get it. Somewhere around 43 to 44% of the country would still vote for Trump. Somewhere around the other, 56% probably wouldn't. All right, what's next here? Like I told you, I have a friend who has a very short intellectual fuse for tedious things mentioned over and over again. And at least you're starting to hear it now from some of the more old line or traditional Democrats who are saying, hey, we have less than 100 days now to the midterms. We kind of got to come out with some policy. Now, maybe they have stuff in store and they don't want to take the dust off it yet. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? You tell me. Who knows? Who knows? So, look, I still think the GOP is going to get steamrolled in the House. I think the Senate's going to end up in a tie, which effectively means it'll be controlled by the Republicans because J.D. Vance, being the president of the Senate, as the VP, will be able to break any ties there. But the interesting thing is going to be 2028, because I got to tell you something. The Republican field, or whomever the Republican nominee in 2028 is going to be, it's going to be Trump light. It's going to be like Miller Lite. Remember those commercials? Less filling, tastes great. Less filling, tastes great. That's what it's going to end up being on 2028. And who will the nominee be for the Democrats in 2 years? You may say, well, that's so far off, Paul. No, it's not. Because as soon as we're done with the midterms in 3 months, the 2028 cycle hath begun.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound reportedly closed between exit 15 and 16 because of a crash that's affecting both sides of the highway. 95 northbound, about a half an hour from Norwalk going through Fairfield and out of New Haven. 95 south, just volume delays through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And you see what Donald Trump has done, love him or hate him, think he's next to the Pope or next to Beelzebub or somewhere in the middle. He floods the zone with everything, be it something economically, be it a collectible from him, be it some regulation, be it something like no tips on taxes, whatever. Even if this stuff is a little pliable as to whether or not it can actually work, but he has really, in a lot of ways, and they're starting to kind of admit it a bit, in a lot of ways, whether you hate Trump or not, he has paralyzed the enemy in his mind. It's going to feel really odd in the next maybe 2, 3, 4 years if we go back to a more, shall we say, traditional setup in the White House. Whatever traditional might be, if you know what I mean. If you're savvy, what I'm saying here, right? That is certainly going to be a little interesting when even somebody that does Trump light comes in. What do I say? A scalpel and not a sledgehammer.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. The late Senator Lindsey Graham remembered today at services that began at the Capitol Rotunda and ended with his funeral service at Washington National Cathedral. Family, fellow lawmakers, and dignitaries honored the 71-year-old who served in both Congress and the military. President Trump delivered the eulogy and says Graham became a fierce ally and patriot.
For more than 30 years, nothing of consequence happened in this Capitol without Lindsey Graham knowing about it. Nothing of significance happened anywhere in the world without Lindsey Graham having a view on it.
Graham was a staunch supporter of Ukraine and Israel. Both leaders attended the funeral today. President Trump met earlier with President Zelensky and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was the first meeting with Netanyahu since the start of the war with Iran 5 months ago.
The president had separate meetings with Ukraine's President Zelensky and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, but did not bring in reporters for statements or for questions. We heard from Zelensky after the meeting. He posted a statement on social media. He said it was a good meeting. He said that he and the president talked about the plans for the United States to help Ukraine make their own Patriot air defense systems.
ABC's Karen Travers. Dangerous wildfires have triggered more evacuations in Spain and France. ABC's Marcus Moore is near Madrid.
This is really an unprecedented moment for people here in Spain. Officials saying the Avila fire, which has been burning west of Madrid, is the largest fire ever recorded here in the country. We're talking about more than 135,000 acres have burned at the start of this week.
In the U.S., the National Weather Service says yesterday's tornado in Wisconsin has been upgraded to an EF3. The same storms are targeting the Northeast today, with New Jersey and New York City facing the threat of flash flooding. You're listening to ABC News.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm Lindsay Davis. For the latest on today's headlines, be sure to watch Prime tonight, starting at 7 Eastern on ABC News Live. Now with more news, here's Michelle Franzen.
A faith leader in Springfield, Ohio, says the Haitian community there is terrified now that the Temporary Protected Status, or TPS, has expired. It follows a Supreme Court ruling allowing TPS for Haiti and Syria to end. The Trump administration could potentially deport hundreds of thousands of people who have been living and working in the U.S. legally. Pastor Carl Ruby of Central Christian Church says those affected may want to consider applying for asylum again, but admits the process is costly and not accessible to everyone.
We are asking everyone to apply for asylum because if a person has an asylum pending case, it at least slows down the process.
eBay agreeing to a multi-million-dollar settlement after some eBay employees were found to have harassed and stalked a Massachusetts couple.
eBay and some of the company's former executives have agreed to pay out $56 million to Ina and David Steiner. It comes almost 7 years after several eBay employees attempted to track the couple's movements, even sending them threatening packages like a funeral wreath and a box of spiders. It all goes back to critical things the Steiners had written about the company in their self-published newsletter, E-Commerce Bites. In a statement, eBay says the incident was wrong, reprehensible, and should never have happened.
ABC's Mike Dubusky, Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Nearly 1/3 of Connecticut homicides in 2025 were domestic violence related. That's according to new data released by the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services. Officials say the state's overall murder rate has declined, but the number of domestic violence-related homicides has remained stable. According to the findings, 71% of offenders are male and 67% of victims are female. There is confirmation of West Nile virus in East Haven. Mosquitoes trapped July 16th in the Kenneth Street area tested positive. The virus was first detected in Milford earlier this month. Health officials note warm weather, high humidity, and frequent rainfall have contributed to the spread. People are most vulnerable to West Nile virus in August and September, and everyone is advised to take common sense precautions to avoid mosquito bites. State leaders were on hand for the groundbreaking of the Willow Creek redevelopment project. Connecticut 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson, State House Speaker Matt Ritter, and others were all on hand alongside developers JHM Group and the Richmond Group. The latest phase of the project is expected to be completed in the fall of 2027. It will add 56 new affordable and mixed-income apartment homes to Willow Creek, targeting people who earn less than 80% of the area's median income. Larson told the media that projects like this benefit everyone and the local economy. And Bridgeport Public Schools is working to fill about 50 teacher vacancies before students return to class. The largest need is at the elementary school level with 13 vacancies. District officials say they're making progress through weekly open interviews, targeted recruiting, social media outreach, and partnerships with colleges and universities to build a pipeline of future educators. Bridgeport is also offering incentives for retired special education teachers to return to the classroom while continuing to receive their pensions. School leaders say the goal is to have a qualified teacher in every classroom by the first day of school and expect the number of openings to continue shrinking throughout the rest of the summer. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound reportedly closed between exit 15 and 16 because of a crash that's affecting both sides of the highway. 95 northbound, about a half an hour from Norwalk going through Fairfield and out of New Haven. 95 south, just volume delays through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, boys and girls, ladies and gents, we now depart into the land, or at least we will in a few moments, with Megan Portfolio from the Hartford Portfolio, the Yankee Institute. Guess what we're going to talk about again? Yeah, baby, you can set your watch by it. Leaf blowers. Yes, we have crippling electric prices in this state. We have crippling taxes. But let's make sure we talk about leaf blowers. We'll give you that momentarily when Megan joins us. Keep it right here. Only about 5 minutes away at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online voiceofct.com. Paul Piselli here. How are you? With Chris Williams on the other side of the glass. Two big issues today. We've been talking about, again, the opposition, particularly in the city of Milford. There's a Facebook handle of D-Flock Milford. They want to get away. They want the city to turn off and pull down these license plate reader cameras. Not the speed cameras, I don't think, but maybe. I don't know. But they are particularly incensed at the license plate readers, the automatic systems. They're called Flock cameras. Flock is a brand name. Much the way Xerox is a brand name. You say a Xerox copy, you actually mean a photocopy. So when you say a Flock camera, you mean an automatic, an ALPR, an automatic license plate reader. Well, coming up Monday night, a lot of people, I guess, from what I'm reading online here, and I'm giving them some free prep, and why not? A lot of people are going to turn out to voice their opposition to the Flock-style cameras, the license plate readers, coming up this Monday night, August 3rd, 7 o'clock at Milford City Hall. So be aware of that. So I asked a question. A local group is pushing the city of Milford to take down its automated license plate readers, ALPRs. What do you think about that? Agree or not? That was big topic number one today. And big topic number two, the crippling cost of special ed in Connecticut. Great stories in the past few days, particularly the Hartford Courant, other outlets picking it up too, that the most recent numbers for special ed stuff, which has to be done, it's guaranteed, education for all, $3.2 billion for nearly 100,000 special ed students. It's a lot of money. Now, listen, you have to do it. And look, there are some parents that have to sue school districts and all that. We hear about that all the time. But having said that, do you put that all on the state? I mean, there are some municipalities, according to the reporting on this, that are spending, 10, 15, 20, 25% of their budget on special ed. Again, everybody needs an education, even though they may have some physical or mental challenges. But how does that affect property taxes? What does the state do? Does the state, now it does some, funding of this, but not enough. So what can you do to make this more equitable? Or is there simply just no other way to do that? So 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And if you don't like either one of those, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just remember, there's always leaf blowers.
When you hear pizza, you're excited. But when you hear Connecticut pizza, you're talking about the best of the best. And the best pizza in the country deserves the best event. That's the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Connecticut Basement Systems, Sunday, August 2nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, celebrating all things Connecticut pizza. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Thanks to Power Station Events, official event production partner, Mohegan Sun Online Casino, and Jordan's Furniture New Haven.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to Ridgefield Playhouse. September 23rd, one of the greatest selling artists of all time, Kenny G. September 29th, it's UB40, the Unstoppable Tour. And Friday, October 18th, it's the Blind Boys of Alabama, Songs in the Key of Life. Kenny G, UB40, and the Blind Boys of Alabama. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at ridgefieldplayhouse.org.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
We are in the midst of hurricane season here in Connecticut, and let me be real, it's not over until the beginning of November. We've already seen our fair share of storms, including what happened on July 4th. It's time to get that free tree risk assessment I tell you about all the time from my friends at K&J Tree Service. We had the free tree risk assessment done last year, and it gave us such peace of mind going into the winter, the spring, and now hurricane season. And what's cool about K&J Tree Service is they only have certified arborists come out to check your property.
We only send licensed arborists to the property to do those health assessments. And certainly there's so many things that we can do aside from just take a tree down.
You can call Ricky and his team at K&J Tree Service by calling 203-248-TREE or just go to kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment. No obligation to do the work, but definitely gives you peace of mind and a better understanding of how healthy your trees are or are not on your property and how likely they are to come down the next time a storm rolls through. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment.
Let's be real. With Trump in the White House, times have been tough. But in Connecticut, thankfully, we've had a governor who put his foot down and protected us from the chaos. When Donald Trump cut health coverage, Lamont capped insulin costs, canceled medical debt for working people, and restored the health care funding our families depend on. Now he's working towards universal health care. While ICE creates chaos nationwide, Governor Lamont's passed laws banning ICE from our schools and places of worship.
ICE, go home. We're keeping Connecticut safe without you.
And as Trump cut taxes for billionaires, Governor Lamont's cutting taxes for the middle class, with new plans to make sure big corporations paid their fair share.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
With Trump in the White House, we need a governor with the experience and the backbone to fight back. That's Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, candidate for governor, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Ned for CT. Approved by Ned Lamont.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, a vehicle fire between exits 15 and 16. Stay to the left to get around them. Backup starts in Stamford southbound. Plenty of onlooking delays as well. On 95 North Plan, on about an hour from Stamford, going through Fairfield, a few breaks along the way. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks. Just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Stratford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Sorry. You want to know the scary thing about this whole thing? I'm pulling this off of YouTube, of course. And this is you may want to say, well, what'd you do? And I just put in leaf blower sounds. And this is a 3-hour chunk of leaf blowers. All right, that's enough, Paul. Stop being juvenile. But we do that because Megan Portfolio's here from the Hartford Portfolio and the Yankee Institute. Ms. Portfolio, there you go. They're gone. How are you?
I'm good, actually.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. You got to move around, Meg. You're breaking up. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you're better. Okay, whatever you did worked.
I'm sitting on top of my Wi-Fi right now.
Well, wait a minute. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Oh, you're right on top of it. Oh, okay.
Boom.
Okay. All right. So the whole leaf blower thing. We're up to that again. What's going on?
Well, the General Assembly clearly thinks it's a ecological war crime selling a leaf blower, gas-powered leaf blower. Okay. So they tried 2 years in a row, 2025, 2026, to ban the sale of gas-powered lawn equipment. And it's back. The bill failed twice, and so it's back. And, of course, the people that this affects most, landscapers, are out working. So it was a really great idea for the General Assembly to create some roundtable, which – the first I've heard of it was on the General Assembly calendar. Yeah. They've created some roundtable to talk about these terrible leaf blowers. Yeah. So what happened was last year they introduced the bill, and what they were trying to do is phase them out. Mm-hmm. And landscapers were freaking out. And one of the solutions to help them was to add some money into our public benefits charge to give over to those guys to help replace their equipment. So the total public hearing, the landscapers freaked out. They're like, you don't understand what this is going to do to us. Yeah. You know, and I actually own all my lawn equipment is battery powered. And actually, my leaf blower is kind of garbage. So I really only use it at Halloween to go around like the fog. Yeah. So they're saying, listen, this is going to cost us thousands and thousands of dollars, and it's going to make our jobs go twice as long. So we're going to have to charge our customers more. Yeah. And they kind of thought it was a joke. They, the committee was laughing about it. They're like, this song. I remember Senator Rick Lopes made some joke to one of the guys testifying, saying like, that's the first time I ever heard an infomercial at a public hearing. So, they weren't taking these poor guys.
These people are so arrogant. They're so freaking arrogant. Oh, my God. All right, continue. I'm sorry. I just had to say
I mean, there's a reasonable conversation to have about the equipment. I guess some people have issues with the noise emissions.
Sure.
I mean, people use them in my neighborhood. It doesn't bother me. But, I mean, this is more of a local issue that, you need to do. And we're seeing this in New Canaan right now. Mm-hmm. They were trying to repeal it. So this is a local issue. There's really no need for the state to come in the middle of the summer, form this roundtable. I don't know who's on it. There's no website. There's no information.
Wait a minute. Wait, there's a roundtable and we don't know who's on it?
Don't know who's on it. I don't even know. I mean, couldn't find a bill where they actually created the roundtable, but it doesn't necessarily mean they can't create a roundtable. So I don't know what they want to talk about. There's no agenda posted. I don't know who the stakeholders are that are part of this. Is it all environmentalists?
Yeah.
Are there people from the business community that this affects? I don't know. Are there municipal leaders? Because this affects those guys too. Our towns and cities, they all have equipment when they're doing their job.
Yeah.
How is this going to affect? So there's no information. And it's one thing that the debate about all the emissions and all that stuff, but it's like doing it in the middle of the summer. Come on. What's going on here, guys? So, yeah, they're having it's next Tuesday, the 4th. It'll probably be on CAN, but I don't even know that because there's no information.
All right. That's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that for us. And yeah, I mean, sure, it probably would cost landscapers more because you've got to buy all that equipment, and I guess their argument was what the gas powered leaf blowers are powerful enough, they have enough oomph behind them to get jobs done quicker and more thorough. Was that their contention?
Yeah, I mean, from personal experience, it takes 2 charges for a battery for me to do my half-acre property.
Yeah.
So, these guys are doing multiple properties. A lot of them have commercial accounts. So now we're talking about acres of property. So now they got to fill their truck with, 10, 12 batteries. And it all costs money. And there's no plan. They were floating one thing last year where the Green Bank would have given low interest loans to them.
Green Bank. Oh my
But a lot of that is funded through our public benefits charge. So it's like I feel for those guys and girls who own the landscaping companies. But I mean, my public benefit charge. I mean, I'm already paying for people to drive electric cars and their chargers. Like I shouldn't really have. Like how much more do you want from me?
And those people, and again, I don't mean to upset people who drive not so much hybrids, but EVs who pay no gasoline tax and no road usage tax and no tax to fix the road. So when are we going to address that, Megan? When are we going to make folks who, God bless them, they can, even though EVs are becoming more affordable now, but they get away with paying nothing?
That's a great comment. And I have seen bills introduced past few years, maybe put like a charge on their registration.
Yeah.
Something so they're not going to be free riders. I mean, there needs to be, they're telling us and they're predicting the STF, the Special Transportation Fund, might not be doing so well in a few years. So they need to think about this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't want to repeat the tolls conversation again. Because don't forget, we still have all these gas taxes. So, we have 2 gas taxes for the state, 1 for the federal, and then you're going to throw in tolls. I mean, that's just a non-starter for me.
I'm telling you, and you may want to do a column on this and just putting a little bug in your ear, we are eventually going to get a use tax, a mileage tax. We're going to do it, Megan. I'm telling you, a lot of states are doing it. And I don't know if you remember, about 2 or 3 years ago, they were looking to people to attach a little gizmo to their. Well, I was one of them.
Did you get your gift card?
Yeah, I did. It was a $100 gift card. I did. And it turns out that if they went for mileage instead of the gas tax, I would pay about another $15 or $20 more a month. So the gas.
Wow.
Yeah. So the gas tax, actually, I make out on that. Yeah.
Now, I mean, if we were to have a serious conversation about that, I'm a big user fee fan.
Yep.
I love user fees, but I don't like user fees on top of all the other taxes.
Well, yeah, you got to get rid of the gas tax.
It's not
fair. Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know if I trust our state government to do that and make it permanent. Like okay, put in the mileage tax. If you're using the roads, you pay to use the roads. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
But if you're going to charge me here and there and all these little fees that are all hidden, take a look at all your bills. I'm going to do a column about this one of these days. I'm going to look at every single one of my bills. There is a hidden charge on every single one.
I know.
That it's like, it drives me nuts.
Yeah.
So I don't know at this point if I trust them. I also don't know at this point, with all the surveillance talk going on in these flock cameras, I don't know if I want the government to try.
I love the flock camera. I'm a huge flock guy. Oh yeah, I am.
Listen, I've been binge watching Law and Order SVU, so I'm a little. My mind's a little warped right now. But every time I watch it, I'm like, gee, it would be nice to actually have some cameras to catch some of these perverts. But
or. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Megan Portfolio, the Hartford portfolio. Will you stop it? Meg, have
You're
a
the
great
best,
have a
Paul.
great week. We'll talk next week.
Bye.
All right, thanks. They won't stop. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, a vehicle fire between exits 15 and 16. Stay to the left to get around them. Backup starts in Stamford southbound. Plenty of onlooking delays as well. On 95 north, plan on about an hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks. Just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
We are approaching the heart of concert season, so don't miss any of these great shows. Thursday, July 30th, King & Country make their appearance at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Sunday, August 2nd, Maya performs at Mohegan Sun. Friday, August 7th, it's the legendary Rod Stewart with Richard Marx at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Saturday, August 8th, Billy Idol rocks out the Mohegan Sun Arena. Sunday, August 16th, the iconic Diana Ross performs at the Stanford Center for the Arts. Saturday, August 22nd, see Kesha at Mohegan Sun. August 23rd, you have a pair of shows to pick from. Andy Grammer at the Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford and The Fray at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Live, local, and already talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, look, I understand people don't like leaf blowers, especially some of the hours they're used. And yes, the gasoline ones, I'm sure, are not environmentally friendly, but on something else on the public benefits charge? Really?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Seattle, new details following Sunday's deadly shooting at a food festival in the heart of downtown. Police Chief Sean Barnes says a second suspect officers were searching for was identified as one of the 3 people killed. Barnes says a 15-year-old remains in custody, saying the shooting is now linked to gang violence and that a ghost gun was used.
A ghost gun is an untraceable weapon that lacks a serial number. They are typically homemade and they are illegal. This was the firearm that was recovered from the 15-year-old suspect who was in court yesterday for assault and weapons violations.
Police say other suspects may be involved. Funeral services for the late Senator Lindsey Graham held today at Washington National Cathedral. President Trump delivering the eulogy, calling Graham a giant in the Republican Party. A private service will take place tomorrow in Graham's home state of South Carolina. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut local news update.
The suspect driving a Jeep that struck and killed an off-duty Bridgeport police officer in Danbury had a blood alcohol level nearly twice the legal limit. 27-year-old Melissa Ramirez was born in Mexico, but spent most of her life in Connecticut and currently lives in Stamford, according to her attorney. She appeared in Danbury Superior Court Monday to be arraigned on multiple charges stemming from the July 13th crash that killed 38-year-old Cooper Whiteside, a Bridgeport police officer, and his girlfriend, 34-year-old Brittany Islami. The arrest warrant for Ramirez says police obtained her medical records, which indicated her blood alcohol level was 0.14. She also tested positive for marijuana. Ramirez is being held on $300,000 bond and will appear in court on August 31st. A 4-year-old is dead after falling out of a 10th floor window in Stamford. The incident happened on Sunday at a building on Prospect Street around 7:30 p.m. No foul play is suspected. Police believe the 4-year-old fell through a screen of an apartment window and was pronounced dead at the scene. The city's behavioral health unit is providing grief support to the family. Bridgeport police are investigating a homicide after an 18-year-old man was found shot to death in a car on Catherine Street Monday night. Police say they received a call around 6:45 p.m. Monday for reports of gunfire and a person bleeding in a car. When they arrived, they found 18-year-old Leon Richardson shot dead. The Bridgeport Police Department's Major Crimes Unit was on scene and say the investigation is underway. They are asking anyone who has information about the shooting to contact Bridgeport Police and ask for Detective Thomas Harper. The man who was arrested for calling in a bomb threat to Total Mortgage Arena in Bridgeport assaulted another inmate while in jail and is now facing additional charges. 34-year-old Robert Ellie was initially arrested last Wednesday after he called 911 and told the Bridgeport Emergency Dispatch Center that he was at Total Mortgage Arena with a bomb connected to his heart. Police arrived and he was arrested without incident. Later that night, police say they were called to the Bridgeport Correctional Center on North Avenue at 8:30 p.m. for a report of Ellie having assaulted another inmate. The victim said he was using the phone when Ellie came up behind him and started hitting him in the face. Corrections officers intervened and then called police. Ellie said he attacked the other man because he was, quote, a member of the Aryan Brotherhood. Ellie was charged with third-degree assault for the prison attack. A controversial AI-generated campaign video in a Bridgeport probate judge race is raising new concerns about the use of deepfakes in Connecticut elections. The ad, released by candidate Mark Bradley's campaign, appears to use artificial intelligence to create fake videos and voices of Mayor Joe Ganim and probate judge Paul Ganim, making it seem as though they made statements they never actually said. Political experts say the incident highlights how AI-generated content can influence voters even when people recognize it's fake. The controversy is also renewing calls for Connecticut lawmakers to revisit legislation that would require disclosure on AI-generated political ads after a similar proposal stalled during the last legislative session. A judge says Raul Valley can be retried on new amended charges. The case comes from a stabbing outside a Shelton house party in 2022 that left James Jimmy McGrath dead. Valley's attorneys had filed a motion to dismiss the amended charges after a trial last summer ended in a partial verdict with an acquittal for the most serious charges. The attorneys argued that the amended charges would violate Valley's double jeopardy rights. 4 of the major Democratic candidates for the state's first congressional district are set to debate on Wednesday. It will be hosted by the League of Women Voters of Greater Hartford at the Travelers Center for Arts and Culture in the Hartford Public Library from 6 to 7 p.m. Party-endorsed Luke Bronin will take the stage alongside Ruth Fortune, Jillian Gilchrist, and incumbent Representative John Larson. The debate sets the stage for the August 11th primary. It's free and open to the public and will air on YouTube, Facebook, and the West Hartford Community Interactive cable channels. Governor Ned Lamont and the Connecticut Department of Transportation say progress is being made on the New Haven Metro North line. It's one of the busiest stretches of commuter rail in the U.S., the first piece of a three-phase plan worth $1.6 billion to upgrade track from Stratford to Bridgeport is underway. The first phase will cost about $340 million and is being built by Yonkers Contracting Company. Funding is being poured in by the Federal Rail Administration, the state, and Amtrak. The rest of the project will cost around $1.3 billion and is expected to be complete by 2035. Connecticut is ranked 15th in the country for health care. The annual report from the financial website WalletHub.com evaluated states based on cost, access, and outcomes using 44 indicators. As for neighboring states, Rhode Island is ranked 4th, Massachusetts 6th, and New York 39th. The worst state for healthcare is Alaska, according to the survey. And the Connecticut Sun are back in action following the WNBA All-Star break. They take on the Washington Mystics on the road today. The Sun started the season with a 2-15 record, but won 5 of their last 10 games to climb out of last place before the break. They take on the 8th-place Mystics, who are 14-12. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound residual delays going from Stanford and New Canaan from an earlier issue that's been cleared. 95 northbound crawling from the state line going into Norwalk. Does get better once you get past Route 7. On 95 out of New Haven, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And then Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yippee, yippee-I-O, Kaye, and all that. How are you? It's Paul here. It's Chris on the other side of the glass. Of course, Paul Bjork with the Forecast and Andrew Kraus with traffic. And I am looking at the radar right now, and there is a good line of honking rain that's starting to encroach on the great state of Connecticut. So it's going to be a mite moist out there, probably within the hour, I would say. Hour and a half, whatever. I'm not the weather guy Paul Piorek is, but I know the difference between little green stuff on the map and orange and red and black stuff and purple stuff on the map. So, make sure your bonnet is all set. Make sure everything is closed down tight. Don't get near the rivers or the floodplains, if you know what I'm talking about. It ain't difficult. So, yeah, a lot of heavy rain tonight, overnight, into parts of tomorrow as well. I'm seeing, 2 to 5 inches of rain, depending upon where you might be. So don't do anything dumb, for God's sake. Jerry in Stratford is here. Jerry, good afternoon. How are you?
Speaking of don't do anything dumb, I think you just did. You put me on the air.
No, but boom, boom. Hey,
the Mayor Mondani is back in the news again for 2 reasons. One of which is he and his administration published the name of an address of every New Yorker, which is basically a list of wealthy New Yorkers or wealthy people who own real estate in New York. But the other thing is that he has been advocating for the arrest of the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. And he's backed off, and he said it again.
Yeah.
Now, in the case of Netanyahu, he's effectively advocating for the political decapitation of the head of state, right?
Sure.
He wants to remove the head of state
because
of
he's
Israel.
because he's an anti-Semite. Yeah.
And in the case of the real estate list, he's a Marxist communist. So for the elected Democrats that frequent WICC midweek, I'd love to hear what they think about the Mondani, publishing the names and addresses violating the privacy, putting a target on, and I'm sure most of those people are registered Democrats. I'd love to hear what they say about that.
Yeah, and most of those, and essentially, and for people who don't know what we're talking about, Jerry, just let me say, Zohran Mamdani. Now, I get it. Property transactions are public record, but what he did is he put a list out there for people who don't know of a certain level of basically a crash pad, like an unoccupied or a second home in New York City. And he says that's unfair. He contends that people are hiding their wealth in these high income homes and homes and buildings that appreciate an income. So he has set up a system, okay, if it's assessed at X amount of money, you owe us X amount of taxes. So I just want to make sure people knew what you were talking about there, Jerry.
So, but not only do I want to hear what elected Democrats have to say about this latest movement apart of Mamdani, I also like to hear, what do you think Mossad should do about what seems to be an existential threat to their prime minister coming from the mayor of New York? What should they do? Should they step on what I consider a cockroach? What should they do if their leader is being threatened with incarceration and imprisonment by the mayor of New York?
I am sure, and Jerry, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, I am sure that the moment that came up, I'm not sure, but I'm sure that the moment that Mr. Mamdani uttered what he said, I'm sure the White House and the Mossad and certain people got together on the phone and said, this ain't going to happen. And by the way, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, I believe, is actually guarded physically by what is called Shin Bet, Shinbet. So physically, I don't believe the Mossad actually physically guards him. It is another force entitled Shin Bet.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Fish On, the Surfside Hotel greatest bluefish tournament on earth, driven by Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, August 29th and 30th. Fish Long Island Sound, land the heaviest blue, and win $25,000. Fish to win or fish for fun. To register, go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to the Water Doctor and Bridgeport Harbor Marina, the Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling, and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound residual delays going through Stanford and New Canaan from an earlier issue that's been cleared. 95 northbound crawling from the state line going into Norwalk. Does get better once you get past Route 7. On 95 out of New Haven, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And then Krause, WICC traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Wet weather the next few days. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, some with locally heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, humid with heavy rain in the mid-70s, and more showers on Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Make your voice heard. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And to Jerry and Stratford's point there, yeah, I just double-checked on the break there. Mr. Netanyahu and members of his, immediate family, they are guarded by one of the Israeli intelligence services called Shin Bet, Shinbet. It's also referred to as Shabak. So Shin Bet, the Mossad, and Amman. Amman is the military intelligence for Israel. The foreign intelligence is handled by Mossad. So those are the three legs of the intelligence stool of Israel right there. So, yeah, can you imagine if now who's gonna? I mean, this is why Zohran Mamdani did what he did or said what he said, because he knew he could stir this up, and he knew that he would get attention and then he would back off. But the damage was done. And then you had, somebody in New York stabbing somebody, Allahu Akbar. It's always Allahu Akbar. It's never like Joe DiMaggio or something like that, or it's never like, Ben Franklin as somebody stabs somebody. It's all Allahu Akbar. I wonder why. Geez, why do you think that might be? I don't know. Oh, you shouldn't say that, Paul. I shouldn't? Really? Why? Look what happened in what was that, in Berlin over the weekend there, the Gay Pride Festival. What happened? Oh, we had another Allahu Akbar thing going on there, too. Yes. There you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm telling you, this, maybe not now, because we're getting closer and closer. We're 98 days now, I think, from this year's midterms. But oh boy, I stocked up and on all my favorite snack foods, all my favorite peas, peanuts, popcorn, pretzel, pork rinds, pistachios for that 2028 race. Oh, dear Jesus. Oh, yes. I can't wait to see all the anti-Semites come, popping out of the skin on the Democratic Party here. It is, and look, I will say this again, I say it a lot. It's not that you can't criticize Israel. Nobody's saying that. It's not that you can't take Netanyahu to task or some of the things Israel does to task. But, I mean, come on. You think Mamdani's even hiding it anymore? Please. So this, I mean, they're talking. I heard another, or I watched another segment the other day, and hey, you know what? The guy for the Democrats in 2028, who might that be? Josh Shapiro. Did you notice his last name? How many lefty Democrats are going to want to, even though the guy is from a delegate-rich state, 19 electoral college votes in Pennsylvania, I believe it is? You think the schism, the hemorrhaging going on now in the Democratic Party would even allow them to consider somebody like Josh Shapiro? Please. Now, they can vote for whoever they want. I get it. I understand it. But whoever thought we'd be seeing this now? It is mind-boggling. It really is. But, listen, things are cyclic. People, the generations, they pass, the decades pass, and Suddenly old hatred comes back about again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And can you even, when you actually look at it, can you even blame Israel? Since its founding in 1948, which was a very contentious issue, if you go back and look at that 48 campaign with Harry Truman, who wished that whole thing could go away. He was really tortured by it, but from what I've read and heard. How many times has there been an effort to drive Israel into the dust and push him out to sea? It's never worked, and it never will. It just never will. One thing that I have been noticing on social media, and this story is fascinating because it's getting very, very, very little play. And I don't know whether that's a conscious effort by the networks or not. Did you ever see the movie Munich? Did you ever see the movie Munich? Remember, Steven Spielberg movie came out, I want to say 2005 or 2006. And it was about the operation okayed by Golda Meir when she was prime minister. And they went and one by one they hunted down, and I think they got everybody except one or two. One by one they hunted down all the operatives of the Olympic killings. Remember that? 1972 Olympics? I forgot what the terrorist group was. Was it Black September? I don't know. I'm not sure. But you had several Israeli athletes killed. It was kind of a botched rescue and whatever. And the thing was unfolding in real time. So over the years, I think the Israelis ended up getting every one except one or two. One they didn't want to take, and that was, what's his name from the Palestinian, the Palestinian, what was his name there? Mahmoud Abbas was involved in that. They didn't want to take him out. And then there was one, they think there may be one other than Mr. Abbas still around in Central America. So what am I driving at here? Well, there's something like that going on right now. And I'm seeing all these stories and all these social media posts that Israel, God bless them, is hunting down as many of the people that perpetrated the October 7th massacre from years ago. And they are slow. And you see one or two of these a week with a big sign over their face, eliminated or dead or no longer among us. And they are finding out one by one, piece by piece, no pun intended, of who these guys were. They're photo-analyzing photos that these idiots took with hostages, dead or alive. And Israel is hunting down every one of them. Their tenacity knows no end, nor should it. Are there serious issues in the Middle East? Of course there are. There have been for thousands of years. But you would hope that this would eventually stop. And remember, when hatred or stuff like this stops, people are out of jobs. All right, one more once. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound residual delays going through Stanford and New Canaan from an earlier issue that's been cleared. 95 northbound crawling from the state line going into Norwalk. Does get better once you get past Route 7. On 95 out of New Haven, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And then Krause, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield, weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow. We'll have showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight, some with heavy rain in the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with heavy rain, humid in the mid-70s, and more showers Thursday in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The summer sale is happening now at Courtesy Carpet in Monroe. As your local family-owned flooring store, Courtesy Carpet is offering savings on select carpet, waterproof flooring, hardwood, laminate, and more from trusted brands like Shaw and Mohawk. Planning a summer home project? Stop in and let their friendly, knowledgeable team help you find the perfect floor for your home and budget. Financing available. Hurry, the summer sale ends Labor Day. Visit courtesycarpet.com. At Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, if you do some checking, no matter what you feel about the Middle Eastern situation right now, whether you're pro-Israel or anti-Israel, just out of a case of history, it's very interesting, and it's a little known, maybe not little known, but little related fact in history, where you have a scenario of people knowing how much internal White House discussion went on and back and forth in the Truman administration in 1940, or leading up to the recognition of Israel. Some people in the White House at the time said it was the only right thing to do, coming off of the Holocaust and World War II. And there were others, including people close to Harry Truman, who said, don't do it because this will unleash decades and hundreds of years of conflict. So there you go. The Truman Library Institute.org, good source there. Chris Williams, thank you. Back for a midweek Wednesday tomorrow.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A final farewell for the late Senator Lindsey Graham with family, lawmakers,